Evening, everyone. I am now going to call the June 10th, 2025 Board of Supervisors meeting to order. To my left, I have Mr. Reggie Underwood. I am Nancy Long, Mr. Clay Forehand, and Mr. Floyd Thomas. Mr. Black is online. We hope, as long as his Wi-Fi holds up. It's been going in and out. And we want to keep the Seeley family in our thoughts and in our hearts this evening. Mr. Seeley lost his father today. He is down in Florida with family, as he should be. And we just want to keep him close to our hearts tonight. That being said, we will start with invocation led by Mr. Underwood, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Can we all stand, please? Most gracious and Heavenly Father, we come before you tonight, asking for your blessings. Heavenly Father, look upon us as we try to do the best, make the best decisions that are wise for Caroline County. Heavenly Father, we ask a special blessing for the Seeley family who've lost the leader of their family. Be with them, Heavenly Father. Give them comfort, knowing that all power is in your hands. We give all thanks, all blessings to you. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Opening board comments, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I'll reiterate extending sympathies to Mr. Seeley and his family on the loss of his father. Want to say congratulations to the girls softball team. I think that was their first appearance ever in the state playoffs. They've gone farther than any team has ever gone before. So hopefully they set the standard for future teams and we could be doing this again next year. This Saturday at the county park will be a Juneteenth celebration. I think quite a few different organizations are going to be there. So it's a good event. I think it runs from 1 to 8 p.m. basically all day. So attend that. I would like to thank the school board for their authorizing the expansion of Bowling Green Elementary. Again, the design, construction, it'll be designed and constructed with their help and paid for by the county with no effect at all to the school budget. So I think that's a great thing. In the spirit of togetherness, so we're going to work together to make this happen. And further in that same spirit, I know there's a lot of school building and school construction activities. So I'm willing to volunteer for any sort of strategic planning meeting session that we could have between the board and the Board of Supervisors and the school board as we plan for new schools, plural, and what to do with the schools we have. So that's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Forehand.
Also want to send the condolences to the Seeley family. It's tragic. And I wish them, just wish them well. Also, I was at the softball game last night. It was a great performance. It was unfortunate down. We lost 1-0. It was a tight game. We were as good as them, and very encouraged for the future of softball in Caroline County. And actually seen an uptick in many of the sports, and it's really great to see for our young athletes in the county. I will. That'll be it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. I want to remind everyone also that the 15th is Father's Day. So happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Have a good one. I hope you get some rest and have a lot of fun with family, or just doing something you enjoy and that you feel appreciated for all you do. I also want to remind everyone that the 18th through the 21st is my favorite event. Anyone guess what that is? Agricultural fair. So get there, free entrance, you gotta buy your own food, you gotta buy your own ride tickets, but it's a lot of fun, a lot of free activities, good music at night. So please go out and support agriculture in Caroline County. And I think, is that it? And that is all I have, except to say that I did attend a presentation of a plaque to Sparta Fire Department by Jimmy Farmer, and yes, on Saturday, and that was very nice to see everybody again. They're all settled into their new station, and it was nice to be up there for a little bit, despite the rainstorm that I had to drive through. So that is the end of my comments, Mr. Underwood.
Thank you, Mrs. Long. Again, my condolences to the Sealy family. I think Mr. Sealy and I probably spend more time on the phone going back and forth than I do with any other board member. So certainly have missed our conversation over the last couple of weeks, but certainly my prayers and thoughts are with him and his family. Over the last probably month or so, I've gotten plenty of complaints about the roads in the county. So I took an opportunity actually to drive not only my district, but several other districts. I took about 4 hours last Saturday to just drive the county in. I'm going to speak with Mr. Bates. The roads are in bad shape, particularly our secondary roads. And I know they're trying to patch the roads with asphalt, with cold seal. But when it rains, that cold seal washes out of the patch. So you end up with a hole even bigger than you started with. And I'm concerned about the truck traffic on our back roads. That's getting worse. And I'm not sure how to overcome that because the edges of the roads are simply washed out from the trucks breaking the edge of the concrete and creating a large amount of space between the asphalt and the side of the road. So I'm very concerned about that, which we'll definitely have to speak to. Remember, the county doesn't take care of the roads, but certainly we can push VDOT to make sure that we have a plan to repair roads and fix roads. And I just have a couple concerns, again, about speed limit on Route 30. I think it's too fast again. And I purposely rode from Ladysmith coming south to Carmel Church. And the speed limit from Ladysmith past Lake Caroline is 45 miles an hour. Yet we're allowing people to drive 55 through the heart of the Dawn community, which makes no sense to me. It's residential. 55 is too quick. So we're going to have some conversation with Mr. Bates about that because it is just a lot of traffic right now. And we're going to have to do something about it. And finally, again, congratulations to the girls softball team as well. I just want to follow up my colleagues and say, well done. Those are my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Mr. Black, are you with us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I just have a couple. I'm gonna reiterate. Want to wish my condolences. I extend my condolences to the Seeley family for the loss of his just father. I do want to repeat again, the girls softball team. I'm a baseball, softball lover, so I do wish them congratulations on awesome season. And then just quickly, I got a couple of emails. Mr. Wilson has been helping me with this in regards to some of the gas stations in our county, maybe at the truck stops or in Ladysmith, not having EV ability for EVs to charge. So if there's something that we can do as EVs are going to become more prominent in the future, we're going to need places for them to charge. So that is all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Black. All right, so that takes us to to ask if there are any amendments to the agenda. Do we have any amendments? Hearing none, did you have one?
Actually, discuss one, regarding the gap in funding for the trailers that the schools have requested.
Um, all right, we'll add that to 16A. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moran.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the agenda as amended.
Do I have a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. So moved. Next on our agenda are presentations and reports, and I'm going to start off with a presentation to some of our fire rescue EMT group who did an admirable job on a bad situation, serious situation. We're actually recognized by BCU's Burn Center down in Richmond, and we want to recognize them too. So at this time, the board, Caroline County Board of Supervisors is honored and proud to provide a letter of recommendation to the following Department of Fire and Rescue employees for the timely management of patient care and advanced life support procedures given to a critically burned trauma patient. So if I could please have Lieutenant Darius Brown, Lieutenant Timothy Hahn, firefighter and paramedic Austin Miner, and firefighter EMT Michael Patrick. If you all would join us up here on stage, we'd like to present you with a letter of commendation and get a picture.
Thank you, John. Oh, you are? Ready to go. Okay, second. Wow. You trained well. All right, that's good. Why don't we put Nancy in the middle between the two? Yeah, do we should have two. Thank you, Judge. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Great job. Thank you.
Nancy, while they get back to their seats, one of the EMT technicians said that was his second call ever. So, second shift. So, thanks guys for the training you did. Great job.
And next, we are going to go into our presentations. At this time, I'd like to call up George Washington Regional Commission, Transportation Planner Carrie Eves to talk about the transportation program. Good evening. You're going to need to pull that down at a bend. There you go. Hold on. All right, try it now.
All right, I think it's on now. Might have to back up a little bit. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Carrie Eves, Transportation Program Manager with GWRC. I have Lita Hinkle here with me. She is our GIS analyst, and she worked with the maps on this program. This is the Carmel Church Transportation Report we did as part of the FY24 work program. Just took us a little while to wrap it up. And I want to start out with letting you know that the recommendations in this plan are not meant to be carried out all at once. This is a long-range plan. Some of the recommendations are perhaps for the next 6 years or so, and some of them aren't going to make sense for 20 years or more as Carmel Church area grows and develops. Next slide. So the report covers the existing conditions in Carmel Church, the land use and demographics, the commuting characteristics, how folks are getting to work, the facilities available to them. There are a lot of trucks in that area, so we covered freight statistics and the services available, ongoing development, and also the transportation challenges, the freight needs, pedestrian safety needs, and commuter needs. And then after we cover all of that, we go into recommendations and suggestions for further study. We cover all the previous planning that has been done for that area, the safety facilities and recommendations, truck parking, and potential commuter improvements that you might want to consider. So I'm going to let Lita here talk about this great map that she did.
Thanks, Carrie. So the maps on this presentation don't really correspond exactly with what else is on the slide, but just give you an idea. Yeah, could go back a slide.
What is that per hour?
Pardon?
Per hour? This the block at the bottom right.
Oh yeah, so that is trip volume. So how many people on an average weekday are leaving that area of Caroline County and going to visit Fredericksburg or Stafford.
Oh.
So just to capture kind of regional travel patterns when we were looking at the study area.
So that map is basically telling you that most of the folks in Caroline County who are going to Fredericksburg and Stafford
David.
are coming from that
David.
Carmel Church area.
My screen is blank.
It's a day for audio-visual challenges. Do y'all have any questions about that map? Just letting you know that a lot of people from Carmel Church are traveling to Fredericksburg and Stafford. Now that either means that their trips are ending there or they're taking the VRE and going somewhere else. Right? We'll go onward. All right, so for existing conditions, we talk about the population distribution. And you'll see that in that map that Lita will be talking to you about in a moment. The median age and income, industrial and commercial development areas. These are your employment generators. Commuting characteristics, how long it takes folks to get to work, how they get there, their destinations within the region. And then the truck volume that's going through Carmel Church and what the parking inventory and needs are. Now I'm going to explain the bottom left map because that's pretty confusing and it's from a couple years ago. This map is showing the county of origin within Virginia for all the trucks that are going through Caroline County. So most of the trucks that are coming through here are starting in counties along I-95. And then it just sort of, as you might expect, becomes fewer and fewer trucks as you get farther away east and west. And those are the numbers there in the legend. Do you have any questions about that map before we go to the next one? Oh, Yeah, Alita will tell you about the right map.
Okay,
Go ahead.
before we get to the right map,
Yes.
you're saying the map on the left, these are trucks that go through the county, they stop in the county, they buy gas in the county?
Yeah, these
or
are trucks
what?
that are passing through Caroline County. So it's just showing you volume of trucks that pass through the county and where they're coming from.
So they don't necessarily stop. They could be on 95 going through the county.
They can be
And we never
on.
see them on Route 1.
I need to look at that in the text, but I think it's just anywhere in Caroline County.
Okay, thank you.
Hmm. That was from the rural LRTP, by the way, that previous document. How do they know? Would you like to talk about that?
Yeah. All right. I believe this map, while I did not create it, was developed using Streetlight, which it is a service essentially, or it's a software that takes big data collected from connected vehicle data and even cell phone data, and it will validate it with VDOT's records and other actual counts, but it takes this big data and puts it into, so you can like kind of query an analysis of different travel patterns, and that also includes, they have weight filters, so you can specifically capture the volumes of like freight traffic that's moving through an area.
It's a program that we get through VDOT, and you can narrow it down for large trucks, medium-sized trucks, and regular traffic. It also does work for pedestrians and bicycles too. It's a pretty great tool. Yes. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
and so Streetlight was also I used that on analysis for a few maps in this report, including the previous map that was talking about traffic volume from Caroline County into Fredericksburg and Stafford. It's a tool that I use a lot for just capturing travel patterns, like I've said. Yeah, they do validate with VDOT and have the white pages. I personally haven't observed too much of Caroline County myself, but feel like it gives, at least across streetlight analysis, a good point of comparison. Yeah.
I'm sorry to ask you a question.
Yeah, a
Good
lot of those
questions.
trucks use, what go through the weigh station, so they determine where you're going, how much you're carrying. Basically,
Yeah,
License plate readers for this type of thing. The answer I was hoping you wasn't going to say.
yeah. And we need something that says what the real impact is. Because if you're just riding through, there's no impact except for tearing up the roads. But if you're stopping and getting gas, there's an impact. So I guess Streetlight has that kind of information.
Yeah, it would probably be able to identify like trucks that are stopping within Caroline County, or even like originating from Caroline County and then moving out of the region.
And for validation, the state has all kinds of databases through what they call VTrans Interact, and they have a map with all kinds of databases on this same kind of information. So we have lots of ways to calibrate it.
So you can get those couple of figures for these gentlemen in the future.
We can
right?
we
Get
can
those
dig
back
deeper
to
into
us.
this if you would like.
Thank you.
In fact, later on in this presentation, I talk about how this is just skimming the surface and starting to find out what questions to ask. We could do a whole freight report in the future if we wanted to put that on the rural work program for a future year.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to talk about your population distribution map?
So this map on the right is just of the outline. There is the Carmel Church study area that we were looking at, and it maps population density in that area and kind of in the surrounding areas around it. The geography are traffic analysis zones, which were generated as a part of FAMPO's actually travel demand model, collaborating with county or locality staff. That's, yeah.
Okay, so in addition to what's here, we talk about what's happening, what's going to be coming in the future. These are the planned and proposed developments in the Carmel Church growth area. As we know, it's becoming the employment center for the county. There's the new zoning type called Planned Innovation Research and Technology Districts. And there's also warehouse and distribution expansion. And there's also up there in that little yellow area, the Belmont residential expansion that has been approved. And these things are all coming online. And because of this, Carmel Church is growing and is going to have different kinds of challenges going forward over the next 25 years. Any questions about that map that you want Lita to answer? Okay. So, lots of different transportation challenges all in one area. You got your freight needs, truck parking, road improvements. Mr. Underwood was talking about that with, freight is heavy. They're tough on the roads. We got roads like Dry Bridge that you all are quite aware need to be improved. There's an assessment of the current services that needs to be done for trucks. You've got pedestrian safety needs, and we'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment. And then you've got commuter needs. Do you need to do a bus system, a van pool, rail options? Do you need to maybe do something with the park and ride lot? Is that serving them well? All sorts of things to consider. And this fun little thing up here is just a vague idea of what a redesigned 207 might look like, with a pedestrian refuge meeting in the middle, more lighting and sidewalks. Next slide. So for freight needs. So this is, in regards to Mr. Thomas's question, approximately 15,000 trucks pass directly through Carmel Church, not on I-95, weekly on Route 207 and on the ramps. So this is not them just going on the interstate. This is just directly through the town. And that's a lot of trucks. It is also ranked 2 out of 10 hotspots for additional parking needs. And this is the Virginia truck parking study. This is not from us. Currently short at least 200 spaces for trucks. And much of the current pedestrian activity that we found is tied to this freight. Truck drivers are crossing the road from truck parking to the hotels and restaurants that they want to go to. And again, local roads need improvements to accommodate all of these heavy trucks and the high truck volumes as this industry is going. All that development that was on the previous map is going to bring more trucks onto these roads. And that map, you can talk about that map. It's a great.
Yeah, so like I said, I use Streetlight for a lot of analysis on this plan, including this map. And it's just showing how many, I think with heavy and medium duty weight filters, how much traffic is coming off at the exits at Carmel Church from 95 and getting back on.
Any questions? For the 15,000? That is not based on that map. That's based on different independent data.
I would say on the map, it would be double counted. It's just counting like the sections that are in red, how many trucks are coming off, sections in yellow, how many are going back on. So yes. And yes.
So in recommendations for improvement and further study, we cover the previous planning that's been done, including the former comprehensive plan. I know we're going over the new one right now. And a Carmel Church community plan that was done in 2007, VDOT studies, and then county and GWRC studies from the past. We recommend safety facilities for pedestrians, road improvements for freight and truck parking, and then potential commuter improvements. And this is a particularly interesting map. Do you want to talk about this one?
When you say road improvements, can you expound on that a little bit? What specific improvements or what type of improvements are you referring to? 'Cause
So
I
in
have
this,
some ideas, but
so in this specific report, we don't get specific on the
don't
roads
get, okay.
because some of the roads, like Dry Bridge, need their own report, like the one done by Dewberry. And that's its own report. Some of the roads are things that we can develop projects for to submit for Smart Scale or something like that. But a lot of them are things you can talk to Kyle about, like these, like shoulder hardening and that sort of thing. It's not something we can cover in a report like this. It's something that we have to tackle separately. But in going over, looking at them, it depends on the road.
I'm thinking about 95 Cloverleaf at Carmel Church, actually.
Yes,
That would be a smart scale.
might be a little big for Smart Scale, but
Okay.
it depends. It depends on what we're thinking about doing with it.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I can just give a quick explanation for this map. So this, I believe in the 2007 Carmel Church Community Plan, identified Carmel Church as a location for a potential future rail station. And this map was analyzing how many people would be in the service area for that station. And so you can see the colors differentiate the time shed for driving to the station, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. And then the population in that circle in the legend is cumulative. So the population in the deep red includes the population that's in the yellow as well. It's just the total population. Thanks.
So that number is what, 22,119 total people live within 22 minutes of a potential rail station in that location. All right, so pedestrian safety facilities focused on the core area where needed based on streetlight pedestrian activity data. And this is supporting safety, economic development, and community cohesiveness. These are short and long-term recommendations. They are not all for now. One of the things missing from this map is the state priority numbers. The area where the largest pedestrian activity was found, where that orange dot is, also happens to be a state priority segment, which is a good thing if you want to do anything in that area. And that would be one of our shorter term recommendations for crosswalk and crossing improvements. There's already a signalized intersection there. So that would be one we'd recommend to be for the shorter term. Some of the other ones here are much longer term improvements.
We made a wager.
We didn't. But
Where's the Taco Bell?
Oh yeah, well,
It's the bottom one.
It's rather 3, correct?
No.
yeah. So
Okay.
so do you see there's a little bit of sidewalk extending just a little bit down there on the south side? Yeah, it's the Taco Bell.
All right, I'm just making sure.
We
My
don't want you
apologies,
getting
I
run
didn't
over
hear
on
it.
the way to Taco Bell.
The Taco Bell is not at the light in front of the visitor center. That 308 is the visitor center.
No, it's a little up north from there.
It's diagonally across from the visitor
Trust me,
center.
we looked it up on Google Earth.
Oh, you looked it up on Google.
We got it, and
What
we've
about
been
the
there.
people that actually go there?
No, we checked it out. We did all the things.
Doesn't matter. Thank you, ladies.
Yes, you're welcome. What questions do you have about this map?
Where's the Taco Bell? All right, I have Google Maps.
We have also been there. We do all the things.
The visitor center's there too, Mr. Thomas.
The visitor center is on the corner, and Taco Bell is on a different corner. Okay.
Okay.
I think you better take us off this map.
Okay. All right. You can stay there as long as you need to.
Nope.
All right. So As far as commuter improvements, we've got short and long-term choices to consider as Carmel Church grows over the next 20, 25 years. Bus or rail, which one? Which way do you want to go? Where to site a possible station? Expanded carpool and vanpool opportunities, park and ride sites, moving the current site to a more visible or convenient location. Planning a compact, more walkable town to facilitate future bus or rail service. And if Caroline County in the future decides to pursue a future rail station, staff analyzed, as you see in the previous map, potential ridership and compared to potential locations. So similar analysis could be conducted for a VRE connected bus station as part of a future rural work program. And this is the same sort of thing. Go ahead. Yeah.
Ladies, before you leave that, serious question. A few years ago, the county decided to stop funding Fred. And Fred would probably be a good connection point for these sort of things to get to VRE. How difficult do you think it would be to reinstate Fred in Caroline after we haven't been doing anything for 4 or 5 years?
My answer is that you would have to talk to Fred about that, probably. Because this, this is one of those things you would have to negotiate with Fred.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm sure of that. I just thought you had some experience with working with Fred, and GWRC had kind of.
Well, we
done
don't
things.
directly work with them. We do
Mhm.
some analysis for them sometimes, but we don't directly work with them. And I think it's a matter of just getting together with them and negotiating and figuring out the financial part of things. There's also microtransit to consider, which sometimes works better in dispersed rural communities instead of a fixed route where you might have like one person riding the bus. It's
Exactly.
all sorts of different things you might consider. So
Okay.
you want to talk to people.
Thank you.
Question around this, man. Can you hear me better?
Yeah.
Only the areas inside of Caroline County are highlighted. However, the station is just a couple minutes from Hanover.
Mhm.
Was that area a part of those numbers?
Oh, not part of the numbers.
Yeah, so the analysis does extend outside of the county boundary for the report. I just clipped it since we were focused on
Okay.
Caroline County. But somewhere I should probably have the population for that too, and it is a significant expansion of the service area for the station.
I just
Do not include anything clipped from the map. Does that make sense? The numbers do not include anything clipped visually from the map. So the numbers do not include Hanover. On the previous map, you were talking about the numbers. Yeah, Hanover was not included. It's just Caroline.
significantly larger.
Right.
Yeah.
If we were to include Hanover, it would be much larger.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm going to take this moment to go on record as saying, as far as rail goes, if they can't put a rail on the already existing tracks, then I'm not interested. My first year, there was that thing about going through and lining, taking out houses. Not interested in that, okay?
Yep. Our job is just to present all of the information, not to make any decisions.
I know, but you know the people I've talked to. Yeah, I know.
Yes, ma'am. All right, so next steps. We're providing the data and analysis for the people and the traffic and the employment centers for Carmel Church to describe the current conditions and identify the emerging transportation trends, summarize the existing planning efforts, and offer our preliminary recommendations. So mostly what we focused on here was pedestrian recommendations within the core area, and those would support any project applications that you are going to put in the future. This will assist you with where to begin more targeted studies and planning solutions for Carmel Church's success as a small town and the economic center for Caroline County. Let us know if you have any more questions.
Any questions? Thank you, ladies, very much.
I do have
Appreciate it.
one more thing to ask of you.
Yes.
We would like to open the 30-day comment period for this document, if you all are amenable to that.
Yeah, if anybody wants to send a comment, they send it to you.
Yeah, it's just our policy to have a 30-day comment period for anything that we produce. Just wanted to let you guys know.
Do you mean a public hearing for a 30-day comment or 30 days?
So what will happen is we'll open the public comment period and then we'll bring it back to you after 30 days for your approval, if you know, your approval or not approval. And at that point, folks can come up and speak about it if they wish.
Okay, so people who are interested in making comments have 30 days to contact you, make comments, and then we'll discuss where we go from there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Thank
Do you need a resolution or vote from us, or just an
We
acknowledgement?
will at that time.
Okay.
After the comment period. Much appreciated.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Our next presentation tonight is from Habitat for Humanity. Jason. Hello,
Hello.
gentlemen. It's been
Hi.
too long since we've seen you all.
Yeah, we're
You've
very
been
glad to be
busy.
here. Yeah, we've been working, been busy at the office. We're really excited tonight to present what will either be annual or biannual, depending on how much work we're doing. Our annual wealth report. So we're really excited to show the impact that we've been able to make since we relaunched in 2020. So if we could go to the next slide. So just a reminder, we expanded our service area. So with that, we now have a new doing business name. We're now known as Central Rappahannock River Habitat for Humanity. Still your habitat, but now we serve an expanded area and are a regional habitat, if you would. So thank you guys again for helping us get to this place. And we really intend on leveraging and bringing as much federal dollars to our 5 counties as we can, including Caroline. Next slide, please. So this is something we're really proud of. We have dug through our QuickBooks and we have determined the amount of money we've spent just in Caroline County. This is from electricians, plumbers, HVACs, restaurants, gas, you name it, in Caroline County. We have spent since 2020 $861,000 that's went back to local businesses here in the county. So we're very, very proud of that. And then if you move to the next slide, you'll see this is something that we're even more proud of. This is the wealth that we added to our families participating in our program. So this is 14 homes we added to their wealth collectively, $734,000. That's the equity that they got through building their homes through our program. In reality, it actually should be closer to 800,000, but the first 5 homes I did, I wasn't as hip on the appraisal process and I didn't really go after what I should have, but the homes should have been appraised for about 30 to 40,000 more for the first 5. But we've learned and we've grown, and so you'll see those numbers continue to trend up.
Mr. Chair.
Jason?
Yes.
Is that number before the county's reassessment this year?
That was what they paid versus appraisal.
But you haven't included the appraisals or the
Correct. Yeah.
reassessment?
We just looked at what it was appraised at the time of the sale. So in reality, it's a lot higher than that if we were to calculate that.
Okay.
The total wealth generated is a much larger number than that.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. We will, as we do this report and we get better and better at data, we will try to have different, better versions as we go. But our first one, we kind of had to keep it a little simple. But I'm glad that you guys recognize that. That is an important thing to distinguish. So then moving to the next slide, you'll see that the whole region wide, so this is places like Lowe's, both in Fredericksburg, Spotsy, and also in Essex, because there's a Lowe's there that we purchase from. There's just not as many supply houses in the county, so we have to get a lot of materials outside. But we spent $2,830,000 region-wide. Most of that, again, is Spotsy and Fredericksburg, but also a large chunk in Builders for a Source down in Tappahannock and whatnot. So that's the overall amount that we wrote out, including the $800,000 to the county with that number there. So then if you move to the next slide, if you add in what we spent plus the appraisal value, and of course it really is higher than this, we have brought in $3.5 million of affordable housing to the region, to Caroline County. And so we're really proud of that number. We're proud that we always try to do local first. And, as we continue to grow, we anticipate these numbers to go up. So we're very grateful. Y'all's investment, you guys have invested about, just cash-wise, about $55,000. And then you gave us that office for a while. So we're just very thankful for what you did. And we wanted to show that your investment in the citizens of Caroline is paying off. And so we're really excited to continue this. If you move to the next slide now, I'll show you kind of what's next. Next slide, please. So right now, you guys, this project has been dragging on forever, but we're almost there now. So we have 9 homes we're going to build. One is the student build. We'll be moving that home off of the school property a little later in the summer and getting it finished by the end of the year. We have 7 self-help homes. That's where they build the homes themselves on site. We also are getting ready to, and we'll be talking more with county admin in the coming weeks, and maybe next month you guys can get a resolution to support our next refunding package. But we are preparing our next 2 years, so 2026 through 2028. We're submitting to the USDA how many homes we want to do in our next grant cycle. So we'll be talking with the county to kind of, get that updated. I think you guys gave us a letter last year, but our project got so far behind that we just got to get it updated. And then the last thing on the thing here, and I put it last on purpose because it really is something that has a huge impact. And that's our first teachers and first responder build. So we have a home. If you move to the next slide, this is a first in the nation, and I have Mac up here in case you have detailed questions. But we have a modular company and a new foundation type that literally can save Medicare, Medicaid, and our federal government, us, so much money. Essentially, we have a modular home that is designed with a 0-step entry, just like our homes that you see, in the county, but it's modular. So in rural communities across the nation, they don't have this type of housing. And so when you need to get in and out of your house, Medicare, Medicaid has to foot the bill. So the federal government is really putting a lot of emphasis on increasing this type of housing stock, which is one reason they invest in our program so much, because we have come up with a really innovative feature here. And Mac, working with the school and the students, was able to come up with this design. And through what we did at the school, he was able to show them proof concept pictures, and their engineers have got behind it. And we're going to do, this is a first in the nation home. So we're really excited about this. And we feel this will be a big part of our future, and especially in some of our more rural counties where you don't have the volunteers, don't have the contractors. So we got to share this with the last administration, Secretary of Agriculture and other folks, but a lot of people on a lot of different levels are very excited about this because it really does have the potential to help a lot of folks, not just in Caroline, but around the nation. So this is something local project with national implications. And so we're really excited about that. And he can answer any questions you may have about the design. I know some of you guys are into building like me and architecture, so we're certainly happy to answer any questions. Yes.
This for you. You're probably going to answer the same question I did. Go ahead.
I doubt it. Sill plates below grade?
Sill plates below grade?
No. Okay. Okay, so there was some challenges, and all of our funding, everybody has a different viewpoint of what they want to see for that funding. So the 0-step entry, you understand the impact it makes on our society, the positive impact. And so in this design concept, that particular cross section right there has the final grade too high. And so if you drop that final grade down to about the sill plate on the inside. So the whole idea is that if we get the house lower into the ground, it eliminates the steps needed to get into the house to make it 0-step entry. So we just, instead of traditionally putting the floor system on top of the foundation. We dropped it inside the foundation. And it's really not a new concept, but applied this way, it is new. And then because of the school program, we had planned to build the house the school was building on site. But the teacher, Noah, came to me and said, we can't get the kids back and forth 13 miles every day to build it. He said, we need a design we can build on campus. So that generated this design. It's what you see out there in the parking lot at the school now, is the floor system. Well, as things move forward, we were working with Cardinal Homes because personally I think that our industry doesn't have enough workforce in it, that the homes are going to be built in a factory. It's going to be modular concept for homes moving into the future. And so we were working with Cardinal to try to curb the cost of building those homes for, affordable housing. And because we had the model at school, the people from Cardinal Homes came down. They have been in business for 40 years. Obviously, they'd never built anything like this. So once they saw it, they realized the potential that it had for the market and the value of it. And so they are presently retooling and resetting their plant to mass produce this concept right here. And so when we put the idea together, we didn't know how it would impact the energy part of the home. And so now by the house that we built on East Broader Street, Jimmy Nave's electric bill last month was $56. So we have a homeowner that's in his house, 0-step entry, energy efficient for less than $1,000 a month. That's mortgage, taxes, insurance, and the electric bill. And so the intent of what we were doing is try to build wealth into our community by building wealth into an individual. And you can see the impact that Jimmy moves in that home with $75,000 worth of equity. And so this new concept and it was all kind of generated and fostered within the school system and dealing with the students. And
so we're really excited, and we can meet with you guys anytime you want and talk more and show you the detailed plans. It's really an amazing house. If you've seen the house in Bowling Green, you just know how functional it is. And so we'd love to show you guys. Any other questions about the design of the home or anything?
Well, if it's for age in place, so I assume the bathroom doors are already 36 inches wide and things like that.
Yep.
That's an interesting question. One of our faithful in the county, my neighbor worked for the fire and rescue. In fact, he trains fire and rescue. And so he got interested in our design for the 0-step. And so last Tuesday morning, he came up and he brought a stretcher. And so our homes are not only wheelchair accessible, but they're stretcher friendly. And there's no ADA regulation for stretchers, but the curiosity was, can we do better for fire and rescue? What modifications will we have? But our homes, yes, they are ADA. They're not ADA compliant, they're ADA adaptable. So all the doorways are wider, wheelchair accessible for the bathrooms and stuff like that. And now we find out they're stretcher accessible. So
I got to give Mac a lot of credit. He's always looking for improvements. And so this is like all of our homes have 3 versions. The first one that started out, second one, and the third one. About the third or fourth one, he can't make many more improvements, but he'll find a way to do it if he can. And so if we move to the next page, we are currently doing our strategic plan. So we want to let you guys know we're here. We have a lot of things in the works. Actually, I need to schedule a time to present some of this stuff to you guys just individually and kind of get your thoughts on what we got coming up next. But we have a very, very exciting 4 to 5 year plan in place that should allow us to bring in millions of dollars in down payment assistance to the county, to teachers, first responders, and our self-help people. We've been at the state level advocating with DCHD for them to let us use some of the down payment programs that we unfortunately rules wouldn't let us. We finally broke that cycle. They have agreed we can start using the down payment programs. We've met with Virginia Housing and DCHD, and so we're really excited. They see the potential now. They see the houses. And we really feel now that we've proven ourselves to these larger state entities that we're going to finally be able to tap into the state resources that honestly we haven't been able to before. It's all been federal resources. So we're going to be able to pair those. And we think that in particular for our teachers, first responders program, where we just provide the financing, that's going to be a huge driver to help that particular group get houses. So we're here for you, and we're, anytime I'll send an invite if anybody would like to see that strategic plan. We're still in the process of building it, so y'all's thoughts and opinions are certainly very, very critical. So we'll send an invite out through the county, and for those of you that can join, we'd love to hear what you guys have to say about it.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Underwood, do you have a question? Oh, Mr. Black, sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Tickle, thank you appreciate what you do. I just wanted to know where we are because over the last couple of years, we've had a lot of teachers and first responders from your program. We were going to do 20 homes a couple of years ago. We had applications come in and about affordable homes for teachers and first responders. And I'd like to just kind of sit down with you where you could get us a plan of like where those applications are in process, the ones that did apply, and what homes are going to be built, how many are going to be built, and who would be getting those houses in Caroline, because I think that's really important for our community.
Absolutely, I agree. Yeah, we still are going to do 20 homes. We're building 9, but I'm going to get 11 loans and 11 down payment grants, and I will get a builder in the county to build those other 11 homes. I'm telling you, come hell or high water, I will.
I appreciate. I just want to know a timetable because for the people, I hope you understand, for the people that were excited about this program a couple years ago, and I'm not saying it's your fault or I kind of know the story behind it, but for those people, you got to understand on their end. There might be a little bit of a frustration as far as the wait and just to get the information out to them. So I would like to just kind of see a timetable that is set up as far as when you will be able to announce who's getting what homes and so forth.
Absolutely, and I can tell you that every teacher in the program now, we have started to apply for. The state has a $50,000 down payment grant. It's a pilot program. Habitat Virginia, our state support office, is one of the administrators. And so we're in the process now of aligning the loans with those down payment grants for 50 grand. And we do expect to start closing the first ones this summer. We did make an offer for the one teacher and first responder home, the modular, and we gave the teacher 2 weeks to let us know if they wanted to take that offer or not. So if they accept it, we'll be able to even say the name of the person that's going to join that particular house. So we are excited. It is coming, and we appreciate y'all's patience. And certainly any questions you guys have, we're definitely glad to answer them for you.
Nancy, I have a question.
Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Tickle, people that may have land to donate to you, or they may have a possible homeowner, should they go directly to you to contact you to see how they fit in that schedule?
Absolutely, yes. Yep, yeah, without question. Just my email is jason@crrhfh.org. We got the office staff Monday through Friday now. This whole year we've been able to do that. And so used to be just kind of me and him, so it's hit or miss, but we now have full-time staff at the office. We have 2 qualified loan packagers. Myself and Debbie are both qualified loan packagers. Another thing, I can give you a little sneak peek. We are actually going to start packaging the guaranteed loan. What we found, a lot of teachers, they might, be married to another teacher. So the loan that we currently offer didn't fit that need. So we're going to do a loan, the guaranteed loan, that does 80% of AMI to 120% AMI. So 2 teachers, 2 firefighters, they would be able to use that loan, down payment assistance, and get a house. So we're expanding our lending services pretty big.
Thank you.
Thank you. You caught me just in time, Mr. Thomas. I was just about ready to get out. I wanted to say thank you. I am so glad, or we are so glad that you chose Caroline. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thanks for all your good work.
Thank you.
All right, I think we are down to one last report, and that is from the Environmental Literacy Plan. Hi, Ms. Sherman, how are you?
Hi. Good evening, Chairperson Long and Vice Chairman Forehand and everybody else on the board. I'm Becca Schieber, the Science Instructional Specialist for Caroline County. And we are excited to share a few highlights of our environmental literacy plan that Caroline County wrote this year with these lovely ladies here. The outdoor experiences help shape our students' stewardship in the environmental starting in kindergarten through 12th grade. I would like to introduce the partners that worked tirelessly with me and made this plan a reality. This plan has been in the works for about 2 years, and now it's a reality. There is a copy, I believe, in front of you. Next slide, please. The Hanover Caroline Soil and Water Conservation District holds a NOAA BWET grant. That is a building capacity grant, which we call Project Wonder. The goal of the grant is to really help school districts in the Middle Peninsula, Caroline, Essex, and Middlesex build equitable, sustainable, and systematic environmental literacy plans. The partner team recognized on the screen right now, joining me in this presentation, have been instrumental leads in moving the work forward. I'm going to go ahead and let Anna give you a little bit more.
Good evening. As you can see on this slide, the Environmental Literacy Plan has 4 goals. The goals were generated by the steering committee members who contributed to the ELP, with special thanks to Dr. Hubbard from the Caroline County Public Schools School Board for serving as one of those steering committee members. The goals cover career connections for students, a meaningful watershed educational experience, or what we refer to as a MIWI, for 5th, 6th, and 9th graders, community partner collaborations, and sustainable school initiatives. Each of these goals have objectives to help achieve them, some of which have already been completed by the creation of this plan.
Hello. One of the first activities that the steering committee participated in was reviewing the strategic plan, Achieve 2027, and other environmental literacy plans. Guided by the teaching and learning relationships and health and safety goals of Achieve 2027, we created the goals for the ELP. This slide highlights where the strongest alignment exists between the 2 plans. For example, in April of 2024 and 2025, 9th grade environmental science students participated in an Earth Day event hosted by Fort Walker, where students had the opportunity to explore local career paths like forestry, wildlife biology, and engineering. This relates directly to Key Strategy 1.3.2 of Achieve 2027 and the ELP Goal 1. And I would also like to thank Nancy, because when I was a teacher in Caroline and we did our MIWI at Port Royal, she always came down and supported us, bringing the students water and snacks. So thank you, Nancy.
The bulk of the Environmental Literacy Plan consists of the Environmental Literacy Activity Guide. On this slide is an example showing the SOL, Standard of Learning, 6.8 in 6th grade. The activity guide is based on the Virginia Department of Education's Science Standards of Learning and is vertically aligned from kindergarten through biology. All of the SOLs focus on the connection to environmental education. Each SOL has suggested activities for within the bounds of the classroom and schoolyard, and activities that reach into community spaces. We've also included a list of community partners who can help facilitate these learning experiences for students. As you browse through the full guide, please look for the water drop icon, which indicates where a full, meaningful watershed educational experience will occur.
So next steps for our ELP. We have already presented it to the board and administration, and we will start publicizing starting in September. We will hopefully distribute it widely with any other partnerships that want to come on board. We are going to put the ELP in action. It has been in action for 2 years, and now it will be an integral part of our curriculum in K through 12 with outside experiences. We will continue to do the meaningful watersheds at 5th grade, 6th grade, and 9th grade. And we also are going to convene with CCPS and ELP partners to maybe revise it. It's a living document every year. This is our standard, but we are going to change it and revise it as we come across new things in the environment. So as the instructional specialist, this really speaks to my heart. I'm most enthusiastic about providing students with opportunities to promote environmental stewardship in the county. We have live chickens hatching in every 2nd grade. We have MeWe's at several grades. We have school gardens now that children are outside experiencing, and it's just been a wonderful experience, and the community has been a really big part of that. There's just a few, these are just a few ideas of implementing this plan. We would love to hear any kind of opportunities you can think of. Please let us know, and we will be glad to see it forward. I want to also take some gratitude in these 3 ladies and also Meredith Dash, who helps with the Chesapeake Bay. We would not have been able to do it without them. We are one of 6 environmental literacy plans in the state of Virginia. We presented at a conference a little while back at an environmental literacy conference, and they talked amongst themselves as our plan being one of the big models for the state of Virginia. So we were very excited that our small 5-school Caroline County could be such a model for this environmental stewardship. Are there any questions for me or my team?
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Forehand. No, Mr. Black, you go first.
Just had a quick question. I'm, I know Mr. Underwood and I share this as well. Is there a way, or your group doing anything with trash collection alongside the road? Because I know you talk about the streams and so forth, but environmental literacy is great and it's really, really important. But when you drive down the roads, like to Madison Elementary, for example, there's trash all over the road. It's very common to see that between 95 and Madison. That seems to be the one of the worst areas. And I was wondering if there was any education in there dealing with, litter along the side of the roads, trash pickup, adopt a highway programs, something that can be done with the schools, because I really think that they could be a really big partner in this.
Yeah, we, Mr. Black, thank you for that question. We have actually, one of our MeWe projects in the 6th grade this year was trash pickup. Our team was provided with trash pickers. We did the road in front of this, the middle school and back behind and all around that property. We love that idea, and hopefully that was going to be extended now to the elementary schools. I know Lewis and Clark also did a trash pickup day in April along with this plan. So I would love to meet with you and get some more ideas on how we could work that in. Yes.
Yep. I would love to, because I think each school in the county could adopt a highway or a little bit of a roadway in front of their school for to show part of that. That would be something that you could do. That would be a hands-on experience.
Yeah, and that's right. I have worked with Eric Johnson in the past about the literacy pickup day or the litter pickup day, and that's and he is one of our partners in here. So yes, definitely. Thank you
Okay.
for
Thank you.
reaching out and letting us know, and I will definitely make that a priority.
Thank you very much, ladies, and I look forward to seeing you. Mr. Forehand.
The SOL document that was up, is that aligned? Which came first, chicken or the egg? Is
Oh.
the literacy plan, or is that
Oh,
something that
no,
formed-
Virginia standards came first, and
Okay.
we aligned all activities with,
wrapped around
yes,
those. Okay.
yes.
And
That's what probably took us the longest.
Okay. And all three of y'all are in the school buildings? No.
Friends of the Rappahannock and
Sorry.
Hanover, Caroline.
I just saw
yeah,
it's a
Solar Water.
public schools document. I was just
Yes.
drawing that conclusion
Right.
erroneously.
They actually are in the buildings quite often, partnering with us. So yeah,
Awesome.
I consider them here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for all your work. Hope to see you down in Fort Royal this summer. That takes us, gentlemen, to appointments. Does anyone have an appointment for the at-large member for the Board of Zoning Appeals that they'd like to nominate? Mr. Thomas?
I haven't confirmed, but I think we've had this open for quite a while. I know Alvester Coleman, who asked me to serve on the county. This might be a good place for him to serve since they meet maybe once a quarter at the most. So I'd make the motion that we present his name to the judge who makes that appointment.
Okay, and that's
Alvester
Alvis.
Coleman.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? So moved. Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas.
Oh.
And you will contact him and confirm with the staff. Thank you. Take that off. At this time, takes us to consent agenda. Do
Madam
I
Chair?
have?
Madam
Yeah.
Chair,
Yes, Mr. Black.
it's me.
Oh, Mr. Parton, sorry. I was looking down.
Sorry, if we could provide clarification on item D, please, on the consent agenda. So we just wanted to bring it to the board's attention that we inadvertently included an out of date version of the purchasing policy in the board packet, and wanted to clarify that what we're asking you
Just the yellow. Sorry.
yes, to approve tonight is simply to add to the policy by adding the new section 19, which relates to federal grant funded purchases. That's something that the auditors have asked that we do to correct. So we're not making any other changes to the existing personnel policy. And just wanted to bring that to your attention. Some things have changed since what you see in the board packet. So that is not the correct up-to-date version. I just wanted to clarify that.
And my apologies, because you called me about that, and I have a different piece of paper in front of me. It didn't have my note. So what we want to do then is approve consent agenda A, B, C, and then come back and do this procurement policy in a separate motion.
No, in that you're not approving the existing that was put in there. You're just approving that new language is all we're asking. You
For
can do
section
all of
19.
it. And we'll update the website with the correct version. We didn't want to do it before the meeting, which is the latest version. And so that it'll all be correct for any future person that looks at the packet. But yeah, if you can approve it all tonight, it's only additional wording.
All right. So we have a.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as presented with the additional language for the item D.
Second.
A motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? So moved. At this time, we're going to move forward with public comments. Public comments, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name and your voting area. You may speak on anything that is not a public hearing tonight or a scheduled public hearing that is forthcoming. And at this time, anyone wishing to make a comment, you may come forward and
just clarifying one piece on the instructions there.
Yeah.
It's nothing that's scheduled for public hearing in the next 60 days and nothing that we've already conducted a public hearing on.
all right, I left the already approved. All right. So thank you for the correction. Anyone who'd like to speak, come forward. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Harlan Quash, and I'm in the Reedy Church District area. I have three concerns. One has already been spoken on by my representative, Mr. Underwood, in reference to the road conditions. Where I live at is on Old Don Road. VDOT did come after several complaints that I had sent to them in reference to the condition of the road. They came and paved half of the road. Now it's back to where it was before due to the rain and the ditches in front of my resident and the other residents in the area are clogged. And I has informed them in my complaint about that, and they have not corrected. I was told when I called back to VDOT, the young lady informed me that they said that they had completed the work and that the residents that lived on that road was responsible to having pipes put in that driveway to correct the issue. I don't feel that it's our responsibility because the ditches are clogged, and when it rains or the water is standing still, and we also I have issues of cars coming off of 30 and 301 to come on Old Don Road to cut through to go 30 East, which is Don Boulevard. High speed. I want to thank Sheriff Moser because I called him to the office and he did have deputies to come down and do radar and has caught many speeders through there. But it's a dangerous area because when school opens back up, we're going to have the school bus coming through there picking up the kids, and they're just flying through there. The second thing I have is that there is a lugging, well, supposed to be a lugging business next door to me, green lugging business. But from my understanding, I've been told, it hasn't been confirmed, but I spoke to Mr. Young in the planning and zone that that area, that property is now, the owner has leased it out to someone. The issue I'm having is that from 7 o'clock at night to 7 o'clock in the morning, there's a 18-wheeler that comes and park there and leave the truck running all night. 2 weeks ago, someone parked there and I was not able to sleep because the building that is next door and it kept me up all night. I then end up Sunday night, the same thing happened. I called Caroline Dispatch, a non-emergency number, and a deputy did respond to my resident to talk to me about the issue. He went over there and spoke to the gentleman and told him that, it's people are complaining because it's keeping them up. And I just want to know, is something that can be done? Because we do have 18-wheelers coming on our road, and I don't feel that it should be coming through there because the road is narrow.
I'm going to ask you to finish up. Thank you. We've got the comments. We'll talk to staff and Mr. Underwood will call you once we figure out what we can do to help you out. Thank you so much for coming. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Seeing none, we are going to close public comments. And at this time, we are going to take, gentlemen, if you'd like a break before we start, 10-minute break. And then we will be back here to begin public hearings. Sadler, are you saving electricity or something? I feel like I'm sitting in a cave.
You have to pay the bill.
All right, at this time, we're going to move on down our agenda. We are on number 4, which first of our public hearings is text 01-2025, zoning ordinance amendment related to private schools and educational uses. You are up, Mr. Hughes.
So good evening, Mrs. Chair and members of the board. This is a proposed ordinance amendment to enumerate private schools as a use permitted by right in the rural preservation R and RR districts and to adopt new definitions for the term schools, which is currently enumerated in the ordinance as a by right use in the R1, 2, 3 districts, the planned residential district, and the planned industrial park district. 5 districts without a definition. The absence of a definition allows any use that operates with an instructional component as a by right use in the districts where schools are enumerated as a by right use. The adoption thank you. Adoption of this amendment will establish the term educational use, which will apply to any use offering education or instruction, either indoors or outdoors. And adoption will clarify that only public and private schools, as currently defined, are permitted in the R districts. Next slide, please. So this is the current definition of private school in our ordinance. This definition is narrowly constructed as to prevent any unintended uses that have an educational component. Currently, there is only one recognized institution in Caroline that meets this definition. Private faith-based institutions are not required to meet the Department of Education standards. However, there are several accreditation boards and associations that certifies these institutions that they meet equivalent state standards for items such as curriculum, accountability, teacher licensure, and policy and procedures. And it includes the Virginia Association of Independent Schools, the Association of Christian Schools International, the Southern Association of Independent Schools, and the Virginia Council for Private Education. The Carmel School is accredited by the Southern Association of Independent Schools and is a member of the Virginia Independent Schools Athletic Association, and their preschool is licensed by the Commonwealth of Virginia. And if you just take a minute to note the definition of our current definition of private school, it is a bona fide educational institution other than a public school that provides instruction which is equivalent to public school education to public school age children, and which may involve the boarding of pupils who, in the ordinary course of events, return annually to the homes of their parents or guardian for not less than 2 months of summer vacation. So as I said, that is a very narrow constructed definition of what a private school.
Mr. Hughes,
Yes.
could you answer a question for Mr. Underwood, please?
Sure.
Did you comment that there's only 2 types of school in the county?
No, I commented that there's only one private school in the county that meets this definition.
There's only one that meets the definition.
Right.
So if someone is operating a private school, because there's more than one private school in the county.
As I said, there's only one that meets this definition. Now, we will come to, I think, the issue related to other educational uses that relates to the addition of those definitions.
Who's that one?
The Carmel School.
Wait. Okay, I'm gonna let you fit. I'll let you finish.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next slide. Thank you. So currently, schools are included in the definition of public facilities in the ordinance as any facility exclusively for public purpose without reference to the ownership of the building, structures, or property upon which it is situated by any department or branch of the federal government, Commonwealth of Virginia, or Caroline County Board of Supervisors, or the Caroline County School Board, Fort Walker Regional Jail Authority, and the Caroline Social Services Board, when such uses are implemented under the direct authority of the Board of Supervisors. Public facilities shall include, but not be limited to, libraries, schools, administrative offices, fire and rescue facilities. Educational uses becomes a term that all other educational or instructional uses will be defined with two categories, indoor and outdoor. The indoor educational uses will be by right or proposed to be by right in the business district, and the outdoor educational uses will require a special exception in the RP and RR districts. These definitions are intended to require public involvement for a use that may need some mitigation measures or not be allowed because they are objectionable uses. And so you can see on the screen there, we've proposed this new definition for educational uses. And as you can see, it's a use providing education or instruction in any branch of knowledge, including but not limited to schools of art, business, dance, theater, music, culture, and the martial arts. This use is comprised of two types, more particularly defined herein. The use does not include public facilities or private schools or trade or technical or vocational schools as they are defined in the ordinance. So you have within this definition, educational use indoor, which would be an educational use which all instruction, practice, demonstration, or other related activities are conducted entirely within a building. And educational use outdoor, which would be an educational use in which all or part of the instruction, demonstration, practice, or other related activities are conducted indoors or outside of a building. And then the definition for schools includes public facilities and private schools used for public school purposes by the Caroline County School Board and private schools. And so, as I noted when I opened, schools is not defined in our ordinance, but it is listed as a use. And so I'll show you a district at the end, a zoning classification where you have just the term schools listed. It's in the R, I think the R2 is the one I chose to show you. It's simply the word schools right now, but there's no definition for what a school is. So any use that has an educational component could potentially show up and say, I am a school, and be a by right use in that district. Creating this definition for schools now limits the term schools to public schools and private schools. Our ordinance also defines within public facilities, public schools. So also in our ordinance, their public facilities are a by right use, and that term also includes schools. So this is a way to prevent the unintended consequence of having a use that would be potentially objectionable showing up and saying that they are a school use and going in as a by right use. This will clarify that. The educational uses will cover all of the other types of activities, which we currently don't have in our ordinance a definition for this type of use. So the dance school, for instance, that wants to come into Caroline, we don't have a definition in our ordinance that would cover that type of use. So we didn't have a definition for schools, and we didn't have a definition that would cover those types of uses. We have, in Mr. Underwood's case, if there's someone who is running some type of educational facility that doesn't meet the definition of a public school or private school, then they would be captured in this educational use definition. And if it had an outdoor component, then they would have come and applied for a special exception to operate that use in either the RP or RR districts. So it is creating definitions where we didn't have any, and it is designed to prevent the unintended consequence of an objectionable school from showing up as a use without any public involvement in the process. So our current zoning district allowances, as you can see here, I won't read every one of them, but in the RP, public facilities are by right. And as I noted, our school definition for public schools is included in the definition for public facilities. In the rural residentials, 2 through 5, public facilities are by right. In the Rs 1, 2, and 3, the schools are by right. And in those districts is where the term schools is listed by itself, currently with no definition. So this definition would cover that so that only public or private schools would be a by right use in those districts. So as you can see, as you go down the list where it says schools are by right or public facilities are by right, this is currently how our ordinance is constructed right now. This ordinance and this amendment does not involve trade, vocational, or technical schools because they are separate enumerated uses in the ordinance and they are defined where they are permitted in the ordinance right now. Next slide, please. So as I noted, the purpose of this amendment will allow private schools as defined as a by right use in the RP and RR districts where schools are currently allowed, and it would create the definitions for educational use, which will cover all those other types of uses that may have some educational or instructional component and allow them to be defined and placed in appropriate districts. And so just for informational purposes, next slide, please. So here are some current definitions that are in our ordinance. So we have a child care facility. It has a separate definition. As I noted, trade, technical, and vocational school has its separate definitions both for indoor and outdoor. And then final slide, or next slide, please. And then this is our definition of public facilities that I was speaking about. So it's any, I think I read that to you, but as you can see, it includes schools. And so right now we have a couple of our schools are in RP and they would fall, they are permitted by right as public facilities. So next slide, please. So this is an example of where our current ordinance allows, this is the residential 2 medium density district. As you can see, it's the permitted uses permitted by right section. And as you can see, item 5 just lists schools. So right now there's no definition of what a school is. So as I noted, if I came along and I had a educational and instructional use, then I could say, hey, I qualify as a school. I am a school. I'm teaching something, whatever it may be, in the R2 district, and I would be a by right use. We currently don't have a definition that says, well, no, you aren't. This amendment will create that meaning there as schools to be either a public school or a private school, period. If it was something else that I was teaching as a educational component or use, then it would now fall under the category of educational use. So we'd have a place to place or define those types of uses. So if it was an archery school, so to speak, that had an indoor and outdoor component, had a classroom component, and then they had a component that they went outdoors, then they would be a special use. They would require a special use to function at the county. So,
Mr. Hughes, it's
That-
like
go ahead.
a higher end preschool, like the names of anyway, like a higher end preschool chain that wanted to locate here. That would be not considered a school, but for educational.
No, those uses are defined in our ordinance now as a child care facility.
Okay, until they get to school age, which would be 5-ish.
And if they had if they were going to be a school and continue on and add additional levels of education, then they could potentially be a private school.
Okay.
In a business, you said, in a business, what about in the business district? Would it be special use by right?
If you were an education use indoor, meaning
Indoor.
it's only you were just classroom only, you'd be by right in the business district.
But okay, I misread that. Okay.
As long. That's what. Mr. Hughes, I have a farm, and I would like homeschool students, kids from Fredericksburg who don't know what a farm is like to come by, and I call my farm an educational use. outdoor, that would now be permitted after we adopt this ordinance.
It would not be a by right use. It would be a permitted use if a special exception was granted. We would
Okay.
now have a place to define that use. Right now, we don't have a definition that defines that type of use.
Okay.
So right now, how we would classify that use would be an outdoor recreational facility, which is not the appropriate use for the example you provided. That is an educational use outdoor, and then they could apply for a special exception for that use as an educational use outdoor.
So based on what we're saying here, only a private indoor school would be by right.
That is correct.
Okay.
That meets our definition.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions, gentlemen? Mr. Hughes, do you have anything else?
I do not. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Nice presentation. Well, I took a bunch of your time today, so I won't take any more here tonight. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on text 01/2025. If there is anyone who would like to speak on this, please come forward. Again, state your name, voting district. You have 3 minutes. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor or opposed or comment? Is there anyone who would like to speak? All right, seeing none, this public hearing is closed. Gentlemen, how would you like to move forward with this?
I'll make a motion, we approve.
Discussion, Madam Chair.
Discussion, Mr. Underwood.
Madam Chair, since this is the first time that this has come for us, I'd like to have a little more time in going over this text amendment. I really can't, not in good conscience. I have some questions that Mr. Hughes, that I can't pose to Mr. Hughes at this time because I'm not versed enough on it yet. But as an educator, I do have some questions, and I don't think they were answered tonight. But I want to make sure that my perspective is the correct perspective before I take up the time of the board to, without the expertise.
All right, anyone else would you like to make a motion to defer this until our next meeting?
Madam Chair, if I wanted to hear the comments from the other board members, but if they have no objection, I know there's Mr. Black's on the line and the other board members here, so I'll wait till their comments, and if their comments are within my purview, then I'll make the motion.
Okay, well, I'll go first with comments. I also had to dig through this a little bit, but I had time today to talk to Mr. Hughes and go through it. And I think certainly tightening up on this and giving some organization to keep people just from coming in and saying they're teaching and heaven only knows what they're doing. I think this is something we definitely need to move forward with. That doesn't mean it doesn't need any changes or any buffing, but I think we definitely need to move forward with something of this type. Mr. Black, do you have any comments?
No, I just had a question, I guess, is if, let's say, going off Mr. Thomas's example, what if it's like a homeschool? Because a lot of the homeschool programs meet continuously in a same place. So if it's like the homeschool group maybe meeting, like at the I guess for Mr. Hughes, be a question for Mr. Hughes. They're not technically a private school, they're not a public school, they're a homeschool group. How would, even if let's say they meet out at a farm or they meet at like where Lotus Academy is, how would that be handled?
They would be defined as an educational use.
So at that point, they would need a special exception?
It would depend on how they were operating. If they were operating wholly within a indoors and, and that does not mean there's a level of common sense here. Doesn't mean if they have recess and they go outside, they have to have a um, special exception. I mean, but yes, that's how they would be classified as an educational use.
Okay, so what about, so let me ask you a question. What about like right now for elementary school kids who, go to a daycare facility after that may be teaching stuff until the parents get home and they are of school age. How is that handled?
That is a daycare facility.
Okay, it's the daycare facility. Okay. All right, thank you.
Or another example, you could have, so there are karate schools, okay, that offer after school programs. And so kids can go there. They get picked up in urban areas, very common. Vans go to schools and pick these kids up and take them to these facilities and they learn karate or whatever. Um, that is a educational use under our ordinance. And so they would be, if they were in a B1 district, that would be a by right use. I mean, that would be a use that I could see happening in Caroline very easily, especially in our more densely populated portion of our county. Someone could say, I want to start the Leon Hughes Karate School and Aftercare program, and I'm going to send a van to the elementary schools and pick the kids up and provide after school care until the parents can pick them up. And that would be an educational use. Right now, we don't have a definition that would address that type of use.
But if there's, like, we looked at the environmental literacy plan for the school, if a private school, or I guess if a homeschool group or a group held at home and they had an outdoor component to that, you're saying that's the special exception?
That is correct.
So they would have to apply for a special exception to add the environmental piece onto the instructional piece in the building.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah. If their part of their program was an outdoor component, and we have
Right.
a use like that right now.
Yes.
In Carolina, but the use we have right now, all of their classrooms are outdoors.
Right.
All of their activities are outdoors.
Right.
And so they would be classified as an educational use outdoor.
Which would not require a special permit because
No, it does require. It does require.
It does require.
It does. Any outdoor use requires a special exception.
Or any component thereof, if it's
that is correct.
Part of one, regardless of what 90%, 10% outdoor, it doesn't matter. Is that basically any outdoor component then would require the special permit?
Right, because the goal is to create some equity here.
I understand. I understand the goal.
Yeah.
I understand where you're going. I just want to make sure, again, I want to understand it so that I don't misinterpret.
Sure.
I know what our intent is, but sometimes our intent gets us, down a very slippery slope. So I want to be as concrete as possible so that I can do my due diligence with the ordinance.
Yeah.
Make sure I understand.
And Mr. Underwood, if I could interject, I was on the phone today, and that was one of my things, was figuring the indoor-outdoor section. But the one point that I use that sort of got to me, if any part of it is outdoors, it's outdoors. Well, wonder if someone's teaching archery, then they're going to go outside to practice most likely, unless they have a big building that they can practice inside. You got to look at the neighborhood. Or wonder if someone's teaching a firearms class, they're going to have a facility for the students to go out and practice. And so we need to know that, so we know if we can approve, they can get a permit right next to a subdivision, So I see where planning is going with this double check policy on the definitions, and I think it's probably a smart one.
I would say this, the one thing that we don't want to have is the unintended consequence of an objectionable use showing up. And I have some experience with a very objectionable use that came as a school, and it had pyrotechnics, driving course, a long range sniper range, a 14 stand gun range.
But that's not me.
So, and it came in under the school use. And so with this definition, if there's a component of that as an outdoor, then it becomes a special exception and there's an opportunity for the board to decide if it's a use that the county is amenable to. Or if it needs some mitigating measures put in place, it may be an appropriate use with all of those uses, but you'd have an opportunity to make sure that any impacts would be mitigated on the surrounding community.
Okay.
So Mr. Hughes, if let's say I'm operating a program now that falls outside of our purview, and what are we going to ask that entity to do to conform?
We're going to ask them to apply for their appropriate use under the new definitions. So right now, if they're operating illegally. So because we don't have a use, we don't have a definition.
So they're not operating legally, they're just
no, they are because
because
in Virginia, if your use is not enumerated in the code, it is not a permitted use.
okay, all right.
So they are operating illegally. This would give them an opportunity to
Comply to the code.
Exactly.
Okay. I think, yeah, okay.
Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Hughes, how much does the special exception process cost an applicant? Ballparkish.
Well, we have an acreage component, so it depends on the acreage. So I'd say $2,000.
So my farm is 10 acres. It's probably going to be in the $2,000 range. Okay. My farm is theoretically, of course, I don't own a farm. Theoretically, I'm doing educational, normal K through 12 stuff. I'm homeschooling, or I got a lot of homeschool kids. I have to pay the same amount as the commercial archery or gun school?
You do.
Is there a way to make any sort of differentiation between the two?
You could do that, but I would say the other side of that coin is that fee that they're paying now does not cover our cost of doing business. So, yeah, you could differentiate them. Certainly, you can always do that.
I'm just wondering if that's a possibility or something the board would consider. I don't know if we necessarily want to help people that are competing against public schools, but I think there should be some difference between a totally commercial school, a karate school, and an educational attempt.
The only thing I would say to that, Mr. Thomas, is there are a couple things I'd say to that.
Sure.
Those facilities are not operating for free. So it's a small business, yes, but they're probably breaking even. They make enough, the one in our current situation makes enough money to hire 14 staff people. So from my perspective, those uses should compete like every other business and help defray their cost of having to go through the process.
I just wanted your opinion.
Yeah, I fully understand where you're going, but I just don't want to miss the fact that, these are typically, the one we have right now is not a, it's not a.
That's in the Port Royal district, right? The one you're talking about now.
It is.
Okay.
It's not an extremely lucrative business, but it's a business nonetheless.
Okay. We're good. All right. Thank you.
Any other comments? Any other questions? All right. Do I have a recommendation or a motion from the board?
I'll make a motion that we approve it.
Second. So we have a motion to approve. Second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Oh, I'm sorry, discussion. But we were
Very good.
finished.
I thought you wanted to defer, but you don't.
Better with some of the comments from Mr. Hughes now. And I think certainly if I have additional questions, I guess I can come back to the board and ask. I still have some questions, but this is a text amendment that we can change and we can add to and take over. So I think you're 100% correct, Mr. Hughes, that we need something in place. And I'd rather put something in place that gets us started in the right direction than to be willy-nilly. So I'm okay with the motion. I'm okay with the discussion. I'm okay with the vote.
Okay. And the point again is text amendments can be revised.
Correct.
And we can come back and talk about the fee for special exception if we want to. Okay.
We can call for the vote.
All right.
Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So moved. Thank you very much. Well, we got through the first page, gentlemen. All right. Disposition of county-owned property.
All right, I'm going to handle a couple agenda items tonight, and this is one of them. So this is a two-part agenda item for you involving the disposition of county-owned property. It's 8.31 acres located on Bull Church Road, northeast of Route 639, which is Ladysmith Road. This was property that the county owned, but following a DEQ tire dump cleanup at the site, the board has looked into whether there are any viable uses for the county for this, and not been able to identify any. And then the board was approached by a neighboring landowner, Marble Systems, who operates a large facility there, is relatively new to the county, about being interested about acquiring the site to enable them to expand their operations. And so to entertain that that offer, the board has to do two things. First, you need to conduct a public hearing on the disposition, and then you can vote on the contract, which is included in your packet. You'll see at your tables, I sent you earlier today a couple small changes to the contract that I've been working through with the attorney for the purchaser, and this will just give me a good opportunity to give a high-level overview of the terms of the purchase contract in advance of the public hearing on the disposition. But what the proposed deal would be sale of the property for $60,000 together with an option to the county. And what an option is the ability for the county to purchase the property back for that $60,000 if Marble Systems doesn't expand their facility, build an addition on the back, and a new 100,000 square foot facility on their property within 5 years. So if that doesn't happen, the county will have the ability to purchase the property back for the $60,000 should it wish to do so. And all of that is going to be worked out in yet another agreement, an option agreement, that we would sign at closing. So what would happen tonight would be a public hearing on the disposition, which is required by statute, and a vote on the purchase contract. If the board approves the disposition and approves the purchase contract over the next 30 days before closing, I would work with the purchaser to iron out that option agreement along the high-level terms that are in the agreement in front of you. The changes that you see there are just a bit of clarification to make clear that if either side feels like we can't get to an agreement on the terms of that option, then either side can waive off the closing and we don't have to complete the sale. And there's also a clarification in there that if there's a default on the closing, if the purchaser for whatever reason doesn't do what they said they were supposed to do in the purchase agreement, our only remedy would be to get the deposit, which is $2,000, to cover your costs involved in dealing with this, and then the parties would go their separate ways. So those are the two changes that you've seen there. And then the resolution gives staff the ability, if you approve the sale, to go forward, prepare the necessary documents, prepare the option agreement, and proceed with the closing. But again, that's all premised on conducting a public hearing and you deciding whether or not you do want to dispose of this property in the first place.
Any questions, gentlemen? All right, thank you very much. So at this time, we are going to go ahead and, oops.
And one more thing, I do believe if you have questions at any point for the purchaser, I believe they have a representative here in the audience, just so you know.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I don't know if he's with Marble Systems or he's there on behalf. Yeah. Oh, yes, sir. Okay. Somebody from Marble Systems is here too.
Welcome to the county.
So the process is now to open the public hearing, take any questions from board after the public hearing, just as we normally do, correct?
Yes, Madam Chair. The process, we'd open the public hearing. The public can come make comment on whether or not this property should be disposed of by the county, and then the action would be adopting the resolution that's in your packet, which approves the disposition and approves the contract and authorizes staff to proceed with the closing. Again, should that be your inclination.
Thank you very much. Do I have a number for this public hearing? No, I don't. Okay. All right. At this time, I am going to open the public hearing on the disposition of county-owned property located on Bull Church Road. If there is anyone who would like to speak on this, please come forward at this time. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and your voting district. Is there anyone who would like to speak? Seeing none, at this time, I'm going to close this public hearing. Gentlemen, how would you like to move forward?
Madam Chair, if there's no discussion, I'd like to make a motion that the board approve the disposition of the county-owned property at Bull Church Road, tax map number 53-A11.
Second.
Mr. Underwood, Mr. Thomas.
Yes.
Just a thought about adding the proceeds to our recreation and health account.
You already get all the cigarette tax.
We get half the cigarette tax.
I don't have that. I can amend Mr. Forehand if I can do that, Mr. McKenzie.
I believe I'm up here actually just to clarify that the motion also includes adoption of the resolution that's in
I
your
thought we
packet.
do that separate. Do that at the same time.
The resolution it covers it all. Yeah.
Okay. Then I will amend my motion to include the resolution of real estate purchase agreement as part of my resolution, and that the proceeds from the sale go to the recreation fund.
Okay.
I'll amend my second.
Thank you.
Okay, I
Thank
have
you.
an amended motion and an amended second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Black, I heard Mr. Black also, so it is unanimous.
Okay. I'm going to handle the next item as well. So the next public hearing item is a condemnation resolution, and this has to do with the Polecat Creek Interceptor Sanitary Sewer Project, which will convey wastewater from the Ladysmith service area directly to the wastewater treatment plant, and that will remove bottlenecking that reduces future capacity in both the Ladysmith and Carmel Church growth areas. In order to proceed with that project, and we are under a bit of a timeline with DEQ to get that done, we need to obtain some easements to move our utilities through there. There are a number of properties that the county has reached out to, sent bona fide offer letters to, requesting those easements, and have not heard back or have not gotten acceptance of the terms. So this is a resolution authorizing the acquisition of those easements, which are critical for this public purpose of this interceptor project to move forward. This resolution authorizes that acquisition by condemnation. And as you know, the first step in that process is public hearing on that resolution. and then adoption of the resolution. And I always like to point out at this stage that the resolution states it, but I'll state it again here, that the adoption of the resolution, the initiation of condemnation, does not prevent us from resolving this privately. If at any point we can reach a deal without having to resort to a condemnation, we have the ability to do that. But again, given the timeline that we're under with DEQ, we need to move forward with the acquisition of these easements and the properties that that are subject to this, and the amounts that were offered as compensation just for these easements, which are in the range of $1,000 up to $5,000 for the easement interest, are listed in the resolution in your packet. And then in the action requested is conduct the public hearing, and should you choose to do so, adopt the resolution in your packet.
Thank you very much.
Question for Mr. McKenzie, please.
Mr. Thomas?
Mr. McKenzie, just to make sure, and Mr. Shebel would be able to confirm, we are not, by condemning land, we are not actually taking anyone's land. We're just asking for an easement to place a pipe under their land. The
Yeah.
land would still be theirs, and the easement just allows us to repair that pipe if it fails.
Yes, sir. That's my understanding. These are all for sewer lines.
You could just say yes
yeah.
from there, Mr. Shebel.
And to put the line underground and have it be there, and then to get to it to repair it, or we need the easement.
Yeah, we're not taking anybody's land. We're just asking for permission
to cross.
And we haven't
To
gotten.
run- this is the situation where we have to get from A to B, and we have to get that line across various properties.
And also just point of clarification, the sewer line does run along the back of the property line down in RPA, so it's an area that won't even impact any future building that they could ever do anyway.
Thank you, sir. And we're given a fair market value for whatever the land is.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and in situations like this, without going into too many of the details, when they're fairly low values, we don't. The law doesn't require us to go out and get detailed appraisals of each, but we have to offer what is considered to be a fair market value, and I think we've done that at a minimum of perhaps maybe a little bit more than that.
Great, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right. At this time, I am going to open the public hearing. If anyone would like to come forward concerning this topic, please do so at this time. And as I've said 3 times already, if you please state your name and your voting district. Is there anyone who would like to speak on this? Anyone who'd like to speak? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Gentlemen, how would you like to move on this? All right. If you want to make the motion, anybody want to make the motion? If not, I'll do it.
Chair, I'll make the motion that we put together a resolution authorizing the acquisition for public purposes by purchasing or condemnation of easements and other interests in real estate for the public purpose of the Polecat Creek Interceptors sanitary sewer project, and the adoption of the resolution that goes along with it.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? So moved. This takes us to number 7 on our agenda. An ordinance to amend Chapter 103 taxation of the Code of Virginia of Caroline by adding Article 20 payments. I guess that's not really the right title. I'll let you explain it. It's with the credit card charges.
Correct. Madam Chair, members of the board. So when the treasurer's office converts from the Bright system to the Keystone system, it will require partnering with Keystone's vendor to allow payment of taxes and fees and so forth by credit and debit cards. And the use of the new vendor will result in a change in the way the service fees are processed. Rather than the treasurer's office collecting the service fees and paying the processor as we do now, the new processor will actually collect the fees themselves or itself. So we need to amend the county code to reflect these changes. And so as you indicated, the purpose of the public hearing is to consider adding Article 20 to Chapter 103 to establish that payments for local taxes and other charges, fees, and penalties made through the use of a debit or credit card will be subject to a fee charge and collected by the credit card processor that accepts such payment. There's authorization in the Code of Virginia to do this and to for all the total charges incurred by the credit card, debit card fees to be paid in full by the taxpayer that utilizes the service. The Treasurer's Office has negotiated a fee of 2.25% for credit and debit cards, 3% for business cards, and a $1.95 minimum fee will apply. So this is kind of a housekeeping change to our amendments to reflect these updates and changes. The treasurer is here to answer any more specific questions, but that's the purpose of the ordinance amendment.
Mr. Parton, am I correct in stating that we already collect the handling fee, I guess is what you would call it? It's just now we won't be doing it. It'd be automatically done through the credit card company.
Yes, the service fees are not new.
Right. Just wanted to clarify that. All right. Any other questions for Mr. Parton? Hearing none, at this time, we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing for the proposed amendment to Code of Virginia of Caroline County, Chapter 103, Taxation. If there's anyone who would like to speak on this topic, please come forward at this time. Is there anyone who would like to speak? Seeing none at this time, I'm going to close the public hearing on the proposed amendment to the Code of Caroline County, Chapter 103.
Move for the adoption of the ordinance.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I do, Madam Chair. If you,
Yes, Mr. Underwood.
my only, if I write a check to the treasurer to pay my taxes, there is no charge. There is no fee. Everybody's going to a debit card, which is directly coming from your checking account. So to say a credit card and a debit card are the same, they're not, because it is just the same as using cash if you do a debit card, unless I'm incorrect.
If you actually look at your debit card, you'll see it probably has Visa on it. They are backed by Visa and there are processing charges.
There are.
Yes, sir. However, we do have Atlantic Union has an ATM just outside of our doors. We always accept cash. And if customers do want to avoid that, they can pay by a check or they can step outside, use the ATM, bring cash in. That happens frequently, and we are glad to do that. Currently, the website already has the 2.25%. This would just be making it even across the board
Not paid at one time.
for the charges.
Okay.
Mr. Underwood, the electronic check, which comes right out of your checking account, is also free.
Correct. So I've actually
same account your debit card would. You can just put your routing number in your account.
Yes, and I actually just had a presentation with Keystone today on their website where you can set that up online, and it's actually not even with the third-party vendor, it is with Keystone themselves. So you can even set up recurring payments if you want to do it that way, and that is free of charge.
Great, I missed that one. All right.
They call it an e-check, which
yes,
nobody else really calls it that, unless you're a tax collector.
All right.
A couple of different jurisdictions, and they call it the same thing, but you're the only ones that call it that.
we are amending that to an ACH, an automated
That's
clearinghouse.
much better, much clearer.
That's my goal.
Can you talk to Atlantic Union and see if they could waive their fees if people are gonna use you? Cause it's gonna cost $5 to use the ATM outside.
I can try. I don't think that, I don't know how that's actually
I just said
monitored.
that, I was asking. I know you can't do it, but
I can
if your
try.
bill is $25, it doesn't make sense to go out and get money when it's gonna cost you $5 with the ATM fees.
Unless you have an Atlantic Union account.
Not everybody has an Atlantic Union account.
Well, they're saying.
Sometimes, never mind.
All right. Thank you very much for answering the question.
Thank you.
All right. So we have a motion, correct? We have a second. We've had discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So moved. Thank you, gentlemen. All right. Onward.
We skip over this next one.
Mm-mm.
I'm just kidding.
All right. So now we are on to number 8, our first special exception, 08-2024 Wildlife Rescue League Board of Directors, owner applicant. Request of a special exception.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members of the board, the public hearing tonight, Wildlife Rescue League, SPEX 08-2024. Next slide, please. Applicants requesting approval of a special exception permit for animal hospital and veterinary clinic pursuant to Article 4, Section 5.1 of the Caroline County zoning ordinance. The Wildlife Rescue League Board received a donation of property in Caroline County totaling 94.5 acres located on tax map parcel 27-2-2 on Edge Hill Academy Road. The applicant would like to utilize this parcel as a wildlife rehabilitation facility. The parcel is currently developed with an existing 1,568 square foot residential structure and is bounded on all sides by large parcels of 70 to 130 acres zoned rural preservation, with the exception of the 530 acre Matamede parcel zoned PIRT. 2 of the adjacent parcels contain dwellings, the closest of which is located approximately 2,850 feet away from the structure to be utilized. Next slide, please. The subject parcel is located within a FEMA floodplain, which includes a portion of the property containing the existing dwelling to be used for the rehabilitation facility. Caroline County Code does allow for structures to be built in the floodplain as long as the structure is flood-proofed according to the building code. Next slide, please. The applicant's GDP shows the existing residential structure, proposed parking areas, potential outdoor caging areas for wildlife, and a proposed education facility to be constructed during phase 2 of the project. The GDP depicts the required parking spaces to be paved, located adjacent to the existing structure, and provides a gravel path that would connect the existing structure to the phase 2 education center in the northern portion of the property. The proposed education center is shown as a 2,500 square foot structure that would utilize the existing secondary entrance to the property. The education center would be used to rehab animals in addition to the existing structure and provide education opportunities for the community about wildlife rehabilitation by appointment only. Next slide, please. Examples of the cages to be utilized are shown on pages 14 and 15 of the applicant's vision statement. Next slide, please. The proposed facility would only involve rehabilitation of smaller wild animals such as squirrels, raccoons, or rabbits. The applicant has stated that nothing larger than a fawn would be provided care. Fawns have time of year limitations for when they can be picked up and released. State regulations require larger wildlife species to be taken to appropriate licensed facilities. Wildlife would be brought to the proposed facility at different times depending on necessity. The types of animals that can be accepted at the facility is dependent upon the licenses that the rehabilitator has acquired from the Department of Wildlife Resources. Staff notes that rehabilitation of waterfowl and migratory birds requires further federal licensing in addition to the DWR licenses. Animals would be rehabilitated inside and outside of the existing structure within caged areas as shown on the GDP. The applicant's narrative notes that at full operation, the facility could rehabilitate between 300 and 500 animals per year. The facility will attempt to have animals healthy enough to release as quickly as possible so as not to stress the animal. The applicant notes that this approximates to 1.5 animals admitted and released per day. Next slide, please. Thank you. The applicant proposed to utilize the existing structure on the subject parcel for the rehabilitation of wildlife. The property has a recorded conservation easement that allows the existing structure to be expanded to a maximum size of 2,000 square feet. The conservation easement agreement recorded in 2006 expressly states that the property may be used as a residence or a wildlife rehabilitation facility. The applicant does not intend to demolish the structure and is proposing some interior renovations to allow for more rooms to care for small animals within the structure. New flooring to replace the carpet and addition of non-load-bearing walls is planned. Building inspections have stated that should an employee live in the structure full-time from the commencement of operation, the house would fall into the residential use category in the building code, and structural upgrades would not be necessary. Should an employee not reside in the structure at the commencement of operation, then the structure would need to be upgraded to meet commercial standards prior to receiving a certificate of occupancy. Any renovations to the property will require building permits and final inspection. The applicant's narrative states that living quarters will be made available. However, there is no requirement that a wildlife center have live-in staff. If an animal requires nighttime feedings or round-the-clock care, then the animal will be taken home with the employee and returned to the facility the next day. As earlier noted, the applicant desires to implement a phase 2 of the project. This would include construction of a 2,500 square foot building to be utilized for animal care and as an education facility where the Wildlife Rescue League could provide opportunities for schools and community groups to learn about wildlife and care of wildlife. The conservation easement agreement states that the only structures that can be built and maintained on the property are the existing structure and a 2,500 square foot wildlife rehabilitation facility and/or wildlife education center. The applicant's GDP shows the second structure located towards the northern portion of the property outside of the floodplain. The DWR issued permit addresses the display of rehabilitated animals that cannot be released back into the wild. This type of use would require an exhibitor's license along with the rehabilitation license issued by DWR. Staff recommends fencing around the Phase 2 area building to ensure safety for all visitors, which is reflected in the suggested conditions. Wildlife rehabilitation facilities are permitted by the Department of Wildlife Resources. Most rehabilitation facilities in the region are operated out of a single-family dwelling by private citizens. Animals that have been fully rehabilitated must be released in the same location that they were picked up from. If that location is deemed unsafe, then the animal must be released into a similar environment within close proximity to the pickup location. Should an animal not be able to be rehabilitated, then the animal shall be euthanized and disposed of by burial, cremation, or double bagged and disposed at a landfill as described in the state regulations. The Planning Commission has recommended a condition requiring that euthanized animals be disposed of by cremation or outside of Caroline County, as Caroline County only provides convenience stations. Waste must be collected and disposed of in accordance with DWR regulations. Staff has provided a document with the staff report which contains the DWR regulations for wildlife rehabilitation. The Planning Commission held a public hearing for this request on February 27th, 2025. Concerns were raised by the citizens regarding the flooding of the property and closure of Edge Hill Academy Road due to flooding, number of animals that would be cared for at the facility, conflict between hunting on the adjacent properties, and the location of outdoor enclosures for wildlife and the potential for wildlife escaping. The application was deferred to allow the commissioners to make a site visit to the property. VDOT provided information regarding flooding of Edge Hill Academy Road and found 3 documented incidents of road closures between 2020 and 2025, including January 2024, April 2024, and February 2025. VDOT also stated that if there were additional occurrences, the Traffic Operations Center was not notified. The Planning Commission motioned to forward this application to the Board of Supervisors with a recommendation of approval at the regularly scheduled meeting on April 24th, 2025. The 2030 Comprehensive Plan designates this area as agricultural preservation. The subject property is zoned rural preservation, which permits an animal clinic and veterinary hospital as a special exception use. This use is consistent with the comprehensive plan with approval of a special exception permit. VDOT has provided comments regarding the entrance design and labeling that will be required at the site plan phase of the development. VDOT has noted that this review does not cover engineering details and that they will be addressed later in the site plan development review should the special exception be approved. Virginia Department of Health has provided comments regarding the drain field and water usage at the property. The applicant has an existing septic repair permit on file with the Caroline County Health Department. The Health Department also noted that the Office of Drinking Water will need to evaluate the well on site prior to VDH approval. Should the special exception be approved, these items will be addressed prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy in accordance with Health Department regulations. The building official has provided comments regarding the primary use of the structure according to building code. And should an employee reside at the structure, no upgrades will be required. If employee does not reside at the location, the structure needs to be upgraded to commercial standards, including but not limited to accessibility. Next slide, please. And should the board deem approval appropriate, staff offers the following conditions as forwarded by the Planning Commission for consideration. I'm not going to read all 16 conditions. And that concludes the staff presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Pennington, are you or the planning office intending on having someone at the site the very first day it opens to determine if they're using the building for residence or not?
That would have to be determined at the permitting phase with the building official. That would be a building determination.
That's a building official.
Yeah, that would be a building determination, not a planning determination.
So the building official will have somebody there the first day to see if they're staying or not, or they're gonna make that determination. They have to make it before then, that's what I was thinking.
They have to make the determination before they do the renovations, because if it's a residential, it's one type of
Right,
remodel.
that's what I was asking.
Right, so so once they declare whether it's going to be residential or commercial, then the other part kicks in to say that they have met those requirements. So it's up to them to determine.
They would
The
need,
applicant.
That's your understanding?
they would need a certificate of occupancy to start operation, and that would be issued by the building
Say
official.
what they do, okay, great, because I didn't want somebody there. The other question is, at the end, there's an appendix A, B, and C, and I think B is how to care with animals, and I saw snakes and lizards and some things. That's not listed on what they're gonna do. Is that part of what they'll do? Are they gonna rehabilitate, snakes and lizards and?
They can, and so it depends on what DWR license that you get as to what animals you can rehabilitate. There are licenses for reptiles, for snakes, for birds, and for
And we don't know that
small
before,
mammals.
we don't know that before we approve the rezoning or special exception.
That's correct, and it also depends on who they employ as well, as the first employee they employ may be specialized in reptiles and snakes and lizards, and then that person moves on, and the next person that comes in is small mammals and opossums, and so that could change depending on who their employees are.
Last question, and I don't know if you or the applicant can answer, but I find an animal on my property and it's disabled. I don't want to handle the animal. Do I call them?
I would defer to the applicant on their operation of that.
Okay, I'll wait for the applicant then.
Any other questions?
Madam Chair, is it okay to put up you can leave the conditions up while the applicant speaks. Is that possible?
Yes, could you put
Is
the
that possible,
conditions
Madam
slide
Chair?
up, please?
Yeah,
And the applicant does have a presentation also.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can just come back to that afterwards, then, Madam Chair.
Yeah,
I'd like to
and I have a question, but I'll wait until after they
Thank you,
do
Madam
their
Chair.
presentation, then we can ask all the questions together. Thank you very much. The applicant would like to come forward.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, my name is Beth Axelrod, and I'm here to represent Wildlife Rescue League. There is a video and a PowerPoint presentation. And also, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak and to present this concept of a wildlife rehabilitation center to you.
Every year, thousands of wild animals in Virginia find themselves in desperate need, injured, orphaned, or displaced. And for over 40 years, Wildlife Rescue League has been a lifeline for these animals, connecting them with volunteer rehabilitators who provide expert care. But the need is growing, and our region is missing a critical resource, a dedicated wildlife rehabilitation center. Situated on about 94 acres in Woodford, Virginia, and generously donated by lifelong animal advocates Elaine and Joe Maletta, Wildlife Rescue League's first ever wildlife rehabilitation center is the culmination of over 40 years of dedication to wildlife and our community. This new center will be a game changer and lifesaver, a place where injured and orphaned wildlife receive urgent care from trained professionals and volunteers working together to give them a second chance at life. Beyond rehabilitation, it will be a hub for education, helping our community learn how to coexist with the wild neighbors who share our worlds. In 2025, Wildlife Rescue League will begin updating the existing structure, enhance the outdoor landscape, acquire essential supplies and equipment, and hire staff. The goal is to be fully open to the public in 2026, creating a lasting resource for wildlife and the people who care for them. To make this vision a reality, Wildlife Rescue League has launched the Putting Down Roots campaign to raise $1.6 million through one-time gifts and multi-year pledges. Your support through donations, advocacy, or volunteering brings us closer to opening our first wildlife rehabilitation center where Virginia's native animals can heal and thrive. Because together we can give wildlife the second chance they deserve. So we invite you to visit us at wildliferescueleague.org to learn more about this effort and to be a part of this mission. The wild ones are counting on us.
Okay, and there's also an accompanying PowerPoint presentation.
Just give Dave, there they go.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so just a little bit about who we are. We are a community-based 501c3 nonprofit organization of wildlife rehabilitators and volunteers whose mission is to support the rehabilitation of sick, injured, and orphaned wildlife, and through education to foster the appreciation of our wild neighbors. Established in 1984, Wildlife Rescue League has been providing valuable services to Northern Virginia and surrounding areas for over 40 years. We've built close relationships within our community to include the Fairfax County Department of Animal Services and the Animal Welfare Leagues of Arlington County and Alexandria. Next slide, please. So just a little bit about what we do. We've got multiple programs that include operating a wildlife assistance helpline, which takes calls from the public about sick, injured, and orphaned animals in need of help. We also rescue and transport sick, injured, and orphaned wildlife to home-based wildlife rehabilitators and other wildlife centers. We support over 40 regional wildlife rehabilitators permitted by DWR by providing supplies such as food, formula, and housing. We provide public education to the communities we serve via informational brochures, presentations, tabling events, and we've also created some modules for an environmental literacy program in Prince William County. We also operate a Lights Out Northern Virginia to educate the public about how light pollution affects our migrating bird populations. Next slide, please. So what is wildlife rehabilitation? That is the process of providing responsible care for sick, injured, and orphaned wildlife with the goal of returning them back to their natural habitat. Wildlife rehabilitation contributes to conservation efforts by mitigating human-caused harm to wildlife and keeping populations stable. Rehabbers provide critical services to the public at no cost, keeping wildlife out of the hands of the public, minimizing exposure to rabies, animal bites, bacteria, and parasites. So some concerns are that human encroachment results in the loss of wildlife habitat, creating more human-wildlife encounters. And we find this all over Virginia. Over the past several years, our helpline has received an increasingly frequent numbers of calls from Fredericksburg, as well as Stafford, Spotsylvania, and Caroline counties about sick, injured, and orphaned animals needing help. Caroline County currently has no permitted wildlife rehabilitators, and in the 6 counties that border Caroline, there are only 6 permitted wildlife rehabbers, which presents a significant lack of resources for wildlife. In comparison, the singular county of Fairfax has 11 permitted wildlife rehabilitators. So our proposed center consists of a 1,550 square foot, 3-bedroom, 2-bath house on 94.5 acres of partial woods and wetlands. It's bounded to the south by a portion of the Mattapony River with a 1.5-acre pond at the front of the house. It's bounded to the east by Edge Hill Academy Road with a trail running from the house to the secondary entrance at the northern boundary where the future education center is proposed. The property is currently in a conservation easement, as Craig mentioned, with Virginia Outdoors Foundation, and will remain prime wildlife habitat in perpetuity. And then just a few pictures of the house. There's a picture of the pond, picture of the woods. Next slide, please. Another picture of the woods. And then, so what is our vision for this property and the Wildlife Center? We provide valuable services to Caroline County and surrounding areas by providing a resource for members of the public, local animal control officers who have found sick, injured, or orphaned wildlife. Our helpline will help callers determine when an animal needs help. Sometimes people find animals that they think need help, and we help advise them and sometimes prevent animals from being taken needlessly from the wild. And we also will function as a training resource for people interested in becoming wildlife rehabilitators, and we will be able to provide educational classes to the public as well. So the next step after approval would be the permitting process. Well, the next step after approval would be the hiring of staff. And then once we have the appropriate staff hired, we would reach out to the DWR, Virginia Department of Wildlife Resources, and obtain a permit. And the DWR performs a thorough inspection of the property prior to approving a permit to ensure both indoor and outdoor housing meets all state requirements to safely and securely house wildlife. Wildlife stays at the property only as long as is necessary to either reach the appropriate age for release or to heal from injury or illness prior to release. And then just some information about our operations. We plan to open the center from 9 to 6 p.m. daily, initially staffed by a full-time rehabilitation manager and a future wildlife veterinarian. The center will initially accept songbirds, small mammals, waterfowl, reptiles, and amphibians. After an initial operating period, patients will also include eventually raptors and additional mammals such as fawns, fox, and raccoons. We anticipate on an initial basis caring for up to 500 animals a year. I know that sounds like a lot, but we have in-home wildlife rehabbers that operate out of their basements, and they are rehabbing up to 600, sometimes 700 animals a year. Animals do not all stay there at the same time. They are admitted and subsequently released on a rolling basis. So there are not 500 animals there at the same time. Release will occur as quickly as medically possible to minimize stress to the animal. You want to keep them in rehab as short a time as possible. And so if you factor that we're open 365 days a year, it's averages maybe 1.5 animals a day. When it's time for release, most animals will be transported back to the location where they originated. This helps to reunite animals with their families and keep populations balanced. Additional issues would include orphan babies and animals that are sick and injured will be kept in indoor housing specified by DWR. And then as animals grow and heal, they're introduced to secure outdoor housing that imitates their natural outdoor habitat. Only native wildlife will be accepted. These animals are already living out in the woods and wetlands all over Caroline County, including in Woodford, including in the woods in which the property is located. A handful of education or ambassador animals that are not suitable for release but are healthy may be kept with a separate DWR permit to educate the public. And you've already seen some of the outdoor cages. These are actually pictures of cages that they have at Blue Ridge Wildlife Center that successfully contain animals until they're ready for release. And then the next slide is a conceptual site plan that you already saw that as part of the Craig's presentation. And then educational programs, we will host occasional wildlife classes and tours of the center to help Virginians learn about native wildlife. All events will require RSVP and have controlled attendance. Any tour of the property would be scheduled in advance. At no time will the public have open access to the wildlife center or the property. The delivery of animals needing medical care and rehabilitation, as well as attendance of pre-scheduled events, would be the only time people other than the staff and scheduled volunteers would be present on the property. And we look forward to establishing positive relationships with our neighbors and providing services to Caroline County and surrounding communities. And I'm sure you have some questions.
Thank you very much. Nice presentation. I have a couple, but I'll save mine until last. I will open it up to the rest of the board. Anyone have any questions? Oh, public hearing. Gosh, they've been sitting out there. I don't want to forget them. So I got tied up in my notes. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing on special exception 08-2024. Anyone wanting to speak on this topic, please come forward at this time.
Why don't you come down and line up in the front so you won't have so far to walk?
Hello, if you could please state your name and your voting district.
Hi,
Hi.
Board of Supervisors and staff.
Thank you.
My name is Donna Smith, 6607 Marie Road, Woodford, Virginia.
You don't have to give us your address, just your voting district.
I'm getting there.
Please don't tell us your
I vote in
address.
Spotsylvania County.
Okay.
I'll skip that section. I'm a landowner in Caroline County, directly across from the road from this project. My land is, it has been in my family for decades, not 1 or 2 years, an extremely long time. We work toward growing timber and using our land for generations to hunt and fish, enjoying it with our family and our neighbors and friends. We have healthy wildlife, and I'm concerned about letting recouped animals out within the area, and burial sites for deceased animals could cause major problems. There are coyotes, bears, bobcats locally. I saw a bobcat a week ago Monday crossing the road going directly onto this property. The Matter River is right there, taking into consideration flooding and the floodplain. Germs, diseases, animals after animals, not counting the humans. Edge Hill Academy Road has a bike trail used often, and we as landowners respect them. When I went to the first Planning Commission meeting, the discussion was about the vacant house on the property and no animal would be there larger than a fawn. I did not get notification of the second Planning Commission meeting, but now it seems proposals are drastically expanded. Once again, I'm in opposition of this project. I thank you for your support and time.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you.
Good evening.
My name is David Talley. I am the president of the corporation known as Hunter's Dream. We're approximately a quarter of a mile from the proposed site. I am here today representing the members of our Hunter's Dream LLC. Hunter's Dream is a 296-acre property that is located just to the northeast, approximately a quarter of a mile of this site. Hunter's Dream ownership has been managing the property for over 40 years for hunting deer and other game species. Allowing a rescue to introduce the animals from other areas will disrupt our over 40 years of quality management and also increase the opportunity for disease to be spread throughout the area. Not to mention it will bring unwanted traffic to a very rural area. This road is used by residents to bike and exercise on a regular basis due to its rural scenery and low traffic. Having people drive out here that are unfamiliar with the road while transporting injured and diseased wildlife creates an unsafe environment for our neighborhoods. If you don't mind, I'd like to add one thing. I noticed that in taking their pictures of the house or the dwelling on this property, they made sure that they shot all the angles towards the front of the house. The pond and the wetland area is approximately 50 to 75 yards in front of this property. And they're going to have all these people supposedly bringing things in, and I think it would be very harmful to that area. Thank you very much. Yes.
You didn't tell us what voting district.
I'm sorry, sir.
You didn't tell us your voting district. Are you a Caroline resident?
No, sir. I'm an owner of this property, and I live actually in Spotsylvania County. This is hunting property.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So just name voting district or whatever.
I'm sorry.
You're fine, thank you.
No, go ahead. Okay.
No, I'm done. Next person.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for letting us talk against this project. My speech is short. I'm an auxiliary member of Berkeley Hunt Club, which all the people behind me are. I forgot my glasses. I'm sorry. I guarantee it. I'm here to speak on behalf of Berkeley Hunt Club Incorporated. My part is the adjoining landowner for Edge Hill Academy Road, and it has 35.5 acres. It's adjacent to the gentleman in front of me's property. We also hunt on the property. We grow timber, and that involves jobs and economy for y'all. And we enjoy the rural community and our neighbors, such as those bicycles. I'd like to support in opposition to this project. Thank you so much. My name is Tim Clark, with the E-O-N, Clark. I'm Roy Clark's boy, not the Richmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Joni Millward. I live in Colonial Beach. I am president of the Virginia Osprey Foundation. We're a 501c3 nonprofit based in Colonial Beach, and we're dedicated to the protection of osprey and their habitat. I'm here tonight to express our support for the special exemption permit requested by the Wildlife Rescue League in establishing a wildlife rehabilitation facility. We not only support this effort, but we are really excited about what it will mean to this community and surrounding communities just like Colonial Beach. Since the closing of the Wild Bunch, a rehabilitation facility in Warsaw, the Northern Neck and surrounding areas have been in what I call a dead zone when it comes to transporting sick, injured, or orphaned wildlife. Personally, I've traveled 5 to 6 hours round trip to get an injured animal or bird to a rehabilitator. This is after traveling maybe an hour or more to reach the injured animal. This causes a delay in their care and treatment. I've personally worked with the Wildlife Rescue League, and they are highly respected, experienced, and a professional organization. They would be a wonderful addition to Caroline County and surrounding communities. They will offer a service to our wildlife and those that volunteer to transport. We have not had that service for many years. I appreciate this opportunity to express our support for the establishment of a wildlife rehabilitation facility in this region. I encourage this Board of Supervisors to support this endeavor as well. Thank you.
My name's Ross Smith. I'm a adjacent landowner. I live in Spotsylvania County, Berkeley District. My family's owned the land directly across from this project for decades. Please don't disturb it. I mean, it's a quiet neighborhood. We're concerned about the disease that these animals that they're going to bring in, that what you already have there is going to possibly dig up that was going to be buried on site, which will spread the disease even farther. We're over abundance already on coyotes, bears, foxes. I mean, you're bringing a nemesis to the area right now. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leslie Marshall. I live in Spotsylvania County. However, my family, friends, hunt club, all of that owns approximately 2,000 acres around where this project is going to be located. As you guys probably know, Edge Hill Academy Road is approximately 6.7 miles long. This road is very narrow. It is almost, you can almost barely get 2 cars down this road without wrecking. It's a very dangerous road. This is going to bring more traffic to the area, and not to mention, as the ones before me, the diseased animals that could be buried there and dug up by other species. We would appreciate that you vote no on this project. We don't want it in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Sullivan, Spotsylvania County District. I'm also part of the hunt club as well, and have friends and family that has hunted there for decades. And also, she said the road is also very negative out there. I mean, very narrow out there. Well, there's also no lines on that road. So that'll tell you right there how narrow it is. And the pond that's in front of this house is right on the road. So a thing that I was thinking about first, I'm not against the wildlife rehabilitation. I don't want it there. I'm a country boy. Conservation is first, sportsman second. And what I'm trying to say is the location is wrong. The goal is perfect. The location is not in the right spot, mainly because of the road, traffic, and it's just not the right location for this project. With that being said, I had a bunch on my mind until I got up here and got a little nervous. I won't lie. But I just, like I say, I think what their goal is and their heart is in the right place. The location is in the wrong place, and we need to conserve and keep it rural. There's bicycles that are on that road a lot of times, a couple months a year, out of the year, and there's just not the right location. And I think I'll end with that.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Kevin Marshall, Spotsylvania County. I'll start off by thanking y'all for what you do, because I do it across the line, and it's a very heartfelt thing you do for your community. Nobody gets appreciation for it. Now, I thoroughly understand that, because we're a little bit busier than y'all sometimes. But I'm an adjacent landowner as well. Own a property right across the street from this facility. The property across the street's been in my family for decades. We've hunted, we've fished that bottom my whole life. And we've done, it's, excuse me, not just hunting and fishing. We are, like Mr. Sullivan said, conservation is first, sportsman second. If we weren't, we couldn't continue to do what we do there. We plant game patches for the wild game and create cover. Our timber, if you go there and you look at the different parcels that are there, you don't see 1,000 acres of pine trees that are all the same height. We stagger that out, and that's intentional. It's for the purpose of creating a healthy and a vibrant wildlife population there. That's what we want. That's how we enjoy our sport. By taking this organization, I agree with Mr. Sullivan's comments 100%. Love what they do, just the wrong location. It's in our floodplain. This house is in the floodplain. That road floods, excuse me, a few times a year. When the VDOT closes the road closed sign is the other side of this driveway. So now we're going to have within the floodplain, and of course, with these animals, it's going to run downhill. You're going to have these outdoor cages. I don't think anyone from this organization is going to be out there like you walk your dog with a plastic bag in your hand. We have some of these hard rains, things like we had over the last few days. Those feces are going to run into Mattapanai watershed. You look out at Lake Anna right now, we've dealt with the harmful algae blooms. One of the number one causes of that is phosphorus. One of the number one sources of that phosphorus is feces from animals. That's why with our soil and water conservation districts that we have these programs that have been in place for years. They will pay for you to fence your cattle out of the creek. The reason for that is they do not want the cattle using the bathroom in the creek. It's to protect the bay. When you put these cages in this facility, other folks have spoken about the disease as well, but that's running into our watershed. Mattapanai runs into the York. That's a watershed that is, Caroline's kind of like Spotsylvania in that note. 3/4 of the county is in the York watershed. It could cause a lot of ecological impacts. Not to mention with the traffic, that's been mentioned as well. But I'm against this project and where it's at, and I think you all need to take careful consideration and vote no against this. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ken Proctor, and I'm in the Western District of Caroline County. I live in Lake Landor, and thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'd like to speak in wholehearted support of the proposed center. I'm a volunteer wildlife transporter and have been for a number of years. I started out with the Wildlife Center of Virginia out in Waynesboro, supporting them, and have since expanded my volunteer work to the Blue Ridge Wildlife Center out in the Winchester area, and also with the Wildlife Resource Rescue League. I'm sorry. There is a need in this area, as one of the ladies said earlier. This is a dead space in terms of support of wildlife rehabilitation. There are no facilities. The closest facilities that handle emergency cases like we're talking about are Waynesboro or Winchester. I've spent many an hour, many a day on the road all day transporting injured and at-risk wildlife to and from rehabbers and to the vet centers out in the mountains. One day just recently, I spent the better part of a day. It started out as I was called to pick up a songbird in Fredericksburg, and before I could get to that, to pick up that bird, I had two more calls added on, and I had to pick up a snake out at Widewater State Park, out, if you know where that's at, up in the Dumfries area. And then I had to come back to Fredericksburg and pick up to Stafford to pick up a a gosling, a young goose, and they had to go. One of them had to go to a rehabber in out in the Warrenton area, and then the others had to go to the Blue Ridge Wildlife Center out in Winchester. So yeah, I've transported. I've gone as far as Tappahannock and Warsaw and further out towards the bay, picked up wildlife and transported them all the way to Waynesboro. So yeah, there is a need for a facility like this in Caroline County, and I support it, and I think it would be a sort of a feather in the cap of Caroline County to have a facility like this in our county, and I fully support it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sharon Dunn. I'm with Childsburg District. I am here in support of the Rehabilitation Center. I moved here about 4 years ago, and I have been on the Facebook page for Lake Landor and for Ladysmith. And during my 4 years, I've seen many times when people need a rehabilitation center or a rescue center. And I myself personally have had 2 instances, and I've tried calling someone in this area and to no avail. And it wound up the 2 times that I've had problems, I was not able to solve them because we didn't have sufficient resources in this area. So I'm fully in favor of having the rehabilitation center here so that we can get help. It's very much needed. Thank you.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Krista Shelter, and I am in voting district 8 from Alexandria. I am currently a volunteer with the Wildlife Rescue League, and I'm here to share my support for the Wildlife Rehabilitation Center in Caroline County. I've been a volunteer since 2024. I work on the Wildlife Assistance Helpline, as was mentioned in the presentation. And as a volunteer, I respond to calls from members of the public all across Virginia and sometimes outside of the state. And people are calling to seek assistance for wildlife that is injured, orphaned, or sick. Callers are often connected with a very experienced rehabilitator to assist in providing the animal with the attention and the care that it needs to give it a second chance to return to the wild. I believe the center would provide opportunities for education and training and can be a place that provides education as well on conservation. Based on the Wildlife Rescue League's 2024 annual report, there were 7,400 calls received in the year alone. And so when I started working on the helpline, I was like just surprised in a pleasant way to see how many calls were actually coming through of interested citizens who wanted to help. And there are times when I've worked on the helpline and sometimes rehabilitators reach capacity and they can no longer take any more animals. So I think this center would also help address that shortage of rehabilitators and get animals more help that they need. And thank you so much for the opportunity to share the comment.
Hello, my name's Jessica Anderson. My voting district is Brentsville, I believe. I sent a letter to all of you guys. I'm actually the rehab director at the Blue Ridge Wildlife Center, and I came down here to speak to you guys in support of having this facility here. And I wanted to hopefully alleviate some fears that may have been brought up here that we have dealt with as well as a facility. So we have been in operation since 2000. We've been in our current facility since 2016. And you saw some examples of enclosures that we have currently. As far as need goes, we take in about nearly 4,000 animals every year. We are in a very rural area in Boyce, Virginia, in Clark County. If anybody's familiar, it's very agricultural. Our facility is located on a 2-lane road around many blind turns. I can barely get there when it snows. So we understand the traffic issue. At most, taking almost 4,000 animals a year, I think we maybe have 4 people at the same time dropping animals off, and that is right now in our busiest season. May, we took in 773 animals in 30 days. As compared to January, we took 100, maybe that. So it's definitely seasonally dependent. We have not had any traffic issues. We have not had any complaints from our neighbors. If anything, we are a resource for our neighbors. In fact, literally a week ago, we got a call from our next door neighbor who had an injured turkey vulture in their cow pasture, and myself and a vet tech student went over and were able to contain that bird, bring it back, and we're able to evaluate these animals for disease. So we can let them know, especially right now, we have highly pathogenic avian influenza currently going since 2022 in Virginia. So we're doing research on these animals. We're getting information and statistics on what these animals are coming back with. So we can let our neighbors know that, hey, this turkey vulture looked sick. You might want to keep an eye out if you have chickens, if you have turkeys, if you have ducks and geese. So we're very communicative with our supporters or with our neighbors. We are posting all the time on social media to educate people about these issues. Rabies, we're working with our local health departments and other health departments around the area to let them know when there are exposures, but also with the USDA to monitor how prevalent rabies is. And then that can help educate everyone else on what to be aware of, what to look at in terms of prevalence. There's other things, distemper, parvo. We had an outbreak of cryptosporidium in raccoons one year, which was the first documented case of cryptosporidium in raccoons. We had the
That's all right. We'll give you 20 seconds to finish.
Okay.
Up.
Lastly, just saying hunters, we love hunters. Hunters are conservationists. We get a lot of support from hunters. They help give us, meat and donated venison. As far as disease in animals in enclosures, we're not putting sick animals outside. We are euthanizing and cremating those animals. They do not go out. There's no runoff from those bodies or anything like that. And like I said, we're monitoring for that disease so that people are aware of what's going on in the environment. Anyway, if you have questions, you have my email address.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this topic? Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Seeing none, this public hearing is closed. That's strange. All right. Anyone like to make comments on this at the moment?
I had the question before the,
Or questions?
the applicant.
Oh. All right. The applicant has time to respond to any comments. Thank you for.
Thank you. We heard similar comments and concerns at the Planning Commission hearing. We heard similar concerns at the Planning Commission hearing. And I think the points that are missed is that animals are typically not released on site. Animals are transported back to where they came from. So if we have an injured fox, for example, that was picked up in Fredericksburg, when it's time to release that fox goes back to Fredericksburg where it was found. So we're not off balancing the wildlife populations in that area. The other concern that was addressed it was the watershed and waste water from the animals. Animal waste is bagged and disposed of at the dump. We're not disposing of waste on the property. We're not burying animals on the property. One of the conditions that was specified by the planning department was that we arrange to have animals that are euthanized, either cremated or buried at a different location, not in Caroline County. If there are opportunities to have animals disposed of at surrounding counties, dumps that we can make arrangements with, we would do that as well. So that should not be a concern. We anticipate taking 300 to 500 animals a day. Again, that is pretty spread out throughout the year. There's a busy season that starts mid-March and kind of goes to maybe mid-September, maybe a little bit into October. But we don't anticipate more than 5 to 10 cars a day with people bringing animals in. We'll have staff, and we'll have several transporters that are bringing animals from some of our partnering vets. So we're not a high volume automobile situation. So I really don't think that's going to put that much traffic on Edge Hill Academy Road. We did a Freedom of Information request from VDOT, and as presented by the Planning Commission, by the Planning Department, in the past 5 years, they indicated they had closed the road 3 times. And so that closure is in between the bridge that is south of our property and our entrance. So I imagine if you're coming from a situation where you have to take the bridge, you would not be able to do that. But we have one entrance that you can easily access from 95 from that direction. So people don't necessarily need to come over that bridge. And VDOT we had to give VDOT permission to access our property because they anticipate making that bridge, they're going to rebuild it. They don't anticipate it until 27, 28, but they're going to rebuild it and make it a concrete bridge. So it'll be a little bit less of a concern as far as going over that bridge. But that's not the only way that you can get to our property. And I just don't feel that what we're going to be doing is going to impact any of our neighbors. It's not going to keep people from hunting on their own lands. It's not going to result in anybody having to change what they do. That property has never provided permission to be hunted on. There was a tenant at the property for 7 years prior to the donation to us. And the tenant said there was never any water up around the house, and they never had any issue with people coming onto the property that they were aware of. So it's not a situation where we feel that what we do at the property will affect our neighbors.
Thank you very much. Do you have anything else you'd like to say at this time? No. Thank you. Board, how would you like to, any questions?
Ms. Long?
Yes.
Before Mr. Black goes, Mrs. Axelrod, the question I had before was if there are wounded animals on a property, my property, can I call you and you come get it? I think the volunteer said she did that, but I'm asking you here, would that be the case or?
We generally ask people to bring animals to us, but there are situations where that is not possible. Somebody's not comfortable handling an animal. Some situations we don't want people to handle animals. So we will have staff and we will have trained volunteers that actually can go rescue animals. We do that now. We work with Fairfax County very closely in rescue. A lot of geese and fishing line, a lot of raptors that are injured and are not flighted, that get stuck in badminton, not badminton, but in soccer nets and things like that. So we do go out onto the property and rescue.
Now, you're going to keep the facility you have in Northern Virginia, or you're going to close that?
We don't have a facility in Northern Virginia. We're primarily a virtual organization.
Okay.
And we network with wildlife centers. We work with nature centers, and we work with about 40 individually in-home permitted rehabilitators, and we refer our callers that call us with injured wildlife. We find the closest rehabilitator to where the caller is coming from. Okay. And so we have numerous, and we will continue to work with those rehabilitators. So if an animal is closest to a location in Culpeper, then that's where the animal will go. But if the animal needs vet care, there are very few vet resources in the area. Blue Ridge, I think, in the northern part.
Okay. What I was just trying to do was see if you would bring your operation from Northern Virginia here, but if you don't have one, you won't bring it. So that's really the question I had. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Black.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Long. I just have a couple questions for the applicant. Number one, will there be regular inspections of the property? So in other words, are you are you regulated at all by like if I go to a restaurant, is restaurants, health department, so forth, drinking water, Department of Drinking Water through VDH. Is there something that regulates where you guys get inspected as far as that you are doing everything okay?
I mean, it's generally the Department of Wildlife Resources, and they inspect us when we are first permitted, and they can inspect at any time. They can have conservation officers come out and take everybody's facility. In-home facilities are also subject to inspection at any time.
Is that common in your other facilities?
I have not had one in my home facility, and Jessica, who spoke to you earlier, could possibly speak to how Blue Ridge, if Blue Ridge has had, back-to-back inspections.
Okay, my second question is like for example, people mention the disease factor if a raccoon or something has a disease. Do you guys have a I don't know much about animals, but do you have like a vet that's, I mean, how do you know, I mean, for example, hey, this thing needs to be euthanized, or because it said you were looking for a vet. I think I saw in the minutes that you were kind of looking for a vet, but you may not have one. So how does that work?
We do plan to have a vet. We can, per the Department of Wildlife Resources, open as a Category 2B facility with a permitted rehabilitator, but our goal is to hire a vet as soon as possible. So we will be able to provide medical services. So we don't, it's much easier for us to have a vet on staff than it would be for us to take animals needing medical care out to a vet for treatment. So our plan includes hiring a wildlife veterinarian that can set bones, evaluate for disease, and rehabilitators are also trained to evaluate for neurological issues, to evaluate for other types of diseases, for rabies.
My next question is at nighttime, because you close at a certain time. So I get an animal, that needs to be rehabbed, and it's 7 p.m., 8 p.m. I got two things because I read in the Planning Commission. Number one, what happens there in that situation if someone finds one at night, which could be common, and then the second question I have is I saw in your Planning Commission minutes that you sometimes say that they take them home. Can you, like, animals sometimes are taken to a someone who's caring for them, a volunteer's home? Explain to me how that works.
If you have very, very young baby squirrels that have to be fed every 4 hours, you have a permitted wildlife rehabilitator on site. Those wildlife rehabilitators, if their at-home facility is also permitted, they can take those animals home and they can rehab those animals at home. So they can wake up for a 4 a.m. feeding if they need to, and then bring the animals back with them the next day.
Okay, well, what about the person? I guess maybe I didn't hear you. What about the person that finds a sick animal at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night?
I think that's a challenge wherever we are, because there are no 24-hour wildlife facilities. In Northern Virginia, we do have some 24-hour vet practices that we partner with, and we can advise the finder of an animal to take that animal to the veterinarian, who will kind of keep it stable until we can transport it the next morning. We do plan to reach out to vets in the area, and if there is a vet practice that is 24 hours, even if it's in Fredericksburg, we would recommend that somebody do the same thing out in this area.
Okay, thank you. I think my last couple of questions are going to be for either Mr. McKenzie or whoever's taking this from staff. So I don't know if my question would be for staff is, can this be a special exception be put under review? Is it something that you can put this under review for a period of like 1 year? We have those, I think in other areas for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year reviews. Is that a possibility?
Yes, yeah, it's not listed as a current suggested condition, but you can always add a condition for a 1 year review or 2 year review or 5 year review, as you mentioned.
Okay, and then I guess the next thing I could be for you is there's refuges all over the state. And I was wondering, have we, where they're currently are located, are there issues? I mean, did you contact, like, I think there's one in Louisa and there's some in Northern Virginia. Was there any contact made out to surrounding neighbors in those areas that, hey, look, has this been a problem for you? Because I didn't see those, and that was the one thing I didn't see in the planning commission minutes.
No, we didn't reach out to any in the surrounding area. As mentioned in the applicant's presentation, there's only 6 in the 8 surrounding counties. And they specialize in certain animals, like the one in Spotsylvania, if I remember correctly, only specialized in foxes. So we did not reach out to the surrounding counties to ask. Also, as they're permitted in single-family homes by private citizens, they wouldn't necessarily have to go to the county to operate as a rehabber if it wasn't required in the county's ordinance.
Okay, and then my final question, I'm sorry I've asked a lot, but my final question is on the cremation thing, what was the reason for, do we not have cremation facilities here in Caroline that could like dispose of a wild animal that's a disease much faster than taking it to another locality? What was the reason for that condition?
Besides vets that may have a cremation facility, there are also mobile cremation facilities for animals. So they could utilize those. The condition imposed by the Planning Commission was specifically so that animals were not buried on a floodplain property that could flood, because the DWR regulations state that they only had to be buried 2 feet deep. And it was a concern of the Planning Commission that flooding property could cause issues with buried animals. So the Planning Commission conditioned that the deceased animals shall be either cremated or disposed of outside of Caroline County, because the other option in DWR regulations is that they be disposed of at a landfill, and Caroline just has convenience stations. So that's where the condition came from, was cremation or disposed of at a landfill outside of Caroline County.
Okay, so maybe I read it because I can't find it right now, but maybe I read it wrong. So they can be cremated in Caroline.
Yes, they can be cremated in Caroline by a mobile cremation service or taken to a vet that allows or that has a cremation system. But if those aren't an option, then they would need to be disposed of outside of Caroline County.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Mr. Forehand.
Ms. Applicant. Actually, the director of the Blue Ridge, I'm sorry. I've spoken to one of your folks before. I've sent an eagle your way before. And this past winter, I had a barrel owl that I was trying to find someone to take during a snowstorm. Nearest facility was yours.
Yeah.
And it didn't make it to there. But instructions over the phone were good. In a case like that, it was suspected that it had bird flu.
Okay.
Is that something that had it made it to your facility and passed, you would test it at that point to actually be confirmed that there's a chance that this is in your neighborhood, because it was in my neighborhood.
Yes.
Where we found it.
So we are doing surveillance on every high-risk bird and now mammals for HPAI. So bird flu, yeah.
Okay. And that's, never mind, I just wrong. Thank you.
Who does the euthanization of the animal?
I understand that there's a class that you can take, and as long as you have a vet spot, I believe it's
Can you put your mic down? I can't hear you.
Yeah, VDAX has a course that wildlife rehabilitators can take as long as they have a sponsoring vet This is news to me. I've just recently learned this. As long as they have a sponsoring vet, the rehabilitator can euthanize. It was previously, I thought that you had to have a wildlife veterinarian, not a wildlife veterinarian, but any vet can euthanize. So typically, most rehabbers will take an animal requiring euthanization to the vet that they use for wildlife treatment.
So right now you're looking for a vet, but you don't have a vet. So a person could be certified as a person who can euthanize an animal, but if you don't have a vet, then they can't euthanize that on site. Is that correct?
You wouldn't have to have a vet on site. My understanding is you have to have a sponsoring vet to coordinate with you, but you can euthanize it on
So a
site.
sponsoring vet could be in California talking to me in Caroline, basically,
I don't.
if I'm certified.
I'd have to look into I just learned of this, it's a new development to me, so I need to contact VDACs. Typically, a veterinarian needs to euthanize. Most rehabilitators will have a veterinarian euthanize.
Certification, I guess. Or I'm not following.
Most rehabilitators will take an animal requiring euthanization to their vet.
To a vet,
Or
okay.
they will take it, I mean, people don't just take wildlife to Blue Ridge,
Right, I
for
understand
example,
that, right.
for euthanasia, but they will have to take it to a vet. I've just recently learned that you can get a certification as a wildlife rehabilitator to euthanize under certain circumstances, and we'll need to look into that. But we do, regardless, we do plan to hire a vet to have on site for other medical issues.
You've obviously looked at the suggested conditions that were in the Planning Commission report that we've reviewed this evening. Do you have any concerns about any of these conditions?
I do not.
So in terms of the fencing, then around there's no mention of height, type. Shouldn't we be more specific than just say fencing? And condition number 8, it just says fencing. But shouldn't we require and be more specific?
So we can be more specific on the fencing requirement. The fencing requirement was not for screening. It was to anyone that visits the education center to keep them from wandering off and ending on neighboring properties. And so the type of fencing, necessarily, we don't need height or screening from the fencing. But if you want to be more specific in the fence requirements, we can.
I think it'd have to be a certain height to keep people from going over a boundary line or onto another person's property. I mean, and certainly I wouldn't want the animals from the rehabilitation center, if it's approved, going onto neighbor's property, because they are from other.
If I may.
Wait. Right now, you're improper right now. So I mean, you can come to the mic after I finish with him, but again, don't you think we should have some
I do understand
specifics there?
I do understand the concern. The animals, there's no fencing requirement for the animals that are in cages or in the facility. It was just around the education facility. So, but yes, we could say that you need a 6-foot fence height so that no one could climb over it to escape while they're visiting the education center.
Or wander onto other person's
other properties. Yes.
I just think it needs to be. I mean, I've listened to the property owners' concerns, and I think we have to alleviate those concerns as well, to make sure that we're listening to both parties. And while it was mentioned in the conditions, it was very, very vague. I mean, I could say a 1-inch fence around the property is a fence.
Understand, yes. So the maximum height for fences in the RP zoning district is 8 feet.
You said the maximum, what's the minimum?
There is no minimum.
Exactly.
So, right.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
All right.
And so, yeah, at this point, the board can, adjust any of the conditions as they see fit, 4-foot fence or a 6-foot fence with a maximum height of 8 feet.
Okay.
If the intent was for children, then I think a regular chain link fence would suffice.
Yeah, but it should be specified.
Agreed. I just like to, but I didn't know the
Okay,
intent.
what
Is
is
it
it?
to stop squirrels? If that's going to be a heck of a fence,
No.
or is it going to be for stopping children?
Craig,
toddlers?
can I ask,
It's a different type of-
can I ask one last question? Go ahead.
Craig, I'm a little concerned because I don't know what's gonna happen. So this gets approved and then they go to the state and get permits for different kind of wildlife that they can support. And it may or may not be something that I would want to consider approving if I don't know what they're gonna, rehabilitate.
Understood. But again, it's up to the individual rehabilitator's license as to what they can rehabilitate. So if you limited the animals that they could rehabilitate through conditions, and then they say you limited to no snakes, and then they got a rehabilitator that could do snakes, they wouldn't be allowed to do the snakes. And at this point, don't know how many employees they have or their employee turnover.
Right, I don't
Yeah.
know any of that. And okay, they decide to rehabilitate bears. So,
Bears cannot go. They have
well,
to.
okay, that was just an extreme example, but
So the state said
coyotes,
anything they're not allowed to rehabilitate coyotes. Either.
foxes.
Foxes, they are allowed.
I heard
to
them say
rehabilitate.
foxes. I
Yes.
got foxes in my backyard now.
But when you get to larger animals and predators, the state DWR dictates where they must go to be rehabilitated.
A fox is not a predator.
Larger predators, like coyotes, or should a wolf be here? But foxes are allowed by the DWR permit.
But I don't know if that's even the case. Which the county has to pay for later on. All right, there's no way to decide what's gonna be rehabilitated before we vote on this special exception.
You could do a condition, but it would limit them as to what they were allowed
And then they
to,
would,
and limit their employees.
okay.
We could prohibit mountain lions and tigers and
Yeah,
bears.
but we
a
can't
lot.
leave
Oh my.
we can't leave an open door, because if she says, I'm gonna do birds and raccoons and then all of a sudden, like as Mr. Thomas says, a person comes up with a certification for something larger, why can't she bring that in?
I'll let her address that, but the state says that you cannot do larger animals, that bears have to be sent to.
Not bear, not, but she could get a certification for a different type of animal to be there, correct?
Nothing larger than a fawn or a fox, yes.
Okay.
That's in the DWR regulations that are contained in your packet.
I read, all right.
All right.
Mr. Underwood, is there something you're worried about? I mean, we have a finite number of large predatory animals in the state.
Yeah, I know it's called my shotgun.
All right. All right, my turn, gentlemen, if you don't mind. Thank you for being here tonight. As far as Blue Ridge still going with their vet tech program up there, I hope. I graduate from years ago. But I have used the facilities of the wildlife rehabbers more often than I'd like, simply because I did attend Blue Ridge, and people think that means you know everything about every animal, and that's not true. And that's why I understand that certain people have to be specialized in certain animals. But I have driven birds. Pam from your office called me about a bird outside the admin office that I ended up driving down to Warsaw. And I've driven animals other places for help. I'm not, I know there is a shortage of volunteers everywhere in every field, and this is one of them. But I do think the rescue people that I have taken animals to, I've taken a falcon to to a rehabber. Sometimes they'll come and pick them up if they're coming through the area. So I think it's a good program. And as long as this is going to be smaller animals and animals that are native to American, to Caroline, I can see that happening. And also, I think it's a compatible use. It's in a wooded area, 4 or 5 cars a day. It's a need. It's certainly we're releasing fawns. You know, I appreciate the hunt clubs because they keep some of the deer off the front of my car when I'm driving through by thinning out the herd. But you always need new bloodlines. I don't really see anything wrong with releasing fawns in that area, but their policy is that they go back to where they came from. So that eliminates a concern there of some of the people, and they are not going to release anything that is sick, either back to where it came from or before. That's not their job. Their job is to keep animals from suffering or to get them off the road so they don't create a traffic problem. I do have a concern, however. I called planning and I said, why do you have this listed as a vet clinic in my minutes? Because that's not what this is. And so I'm really concerned that it doesn't get publicized that way. And what did you, Craig, you told me how to handle that, what I should ask for? I think it's great that you want to have a veterinarian on staff, but I don't want any domestic animals being brought there because people think that you have a veterinarian there. Goodness knows we need more veterinarians in the area, but not for what you're doing. So.
And that, excuse me, that would be the way to handle that, would be to add a condition that states no domestic animals can be treated at the facility.
Okay, so I would like to add that condition. I think it would just end up with a lot of confusion if we don't do that. And a 1-year review, and after that review, recommendations on if there should be additional reviews, along with the conditions, the 16 conditions listed, recommended by the planning. And yes.
Would you like to adjust the fence condition as Mr.
Yes.
Underwood stated?
And a minimum height of 6 feet, 4 feet? No.
I think a 48-inch fence is that.
48, a minimum of 48 inches. And I would like to add on the roadside, since I know a property owner had concern about visual effects, that some evergreens be planted on the outside of the fence. You can still have signs. You'll still have your gate to go into, but I think for visual concerns for property owners, evergreens on the outside of the fence. And anything else? All right. If there are no other questions, there's a statement coming forward.
I'm just going to, do you mind, if you don't mind, I'll just read through that and how we're going to put that in the conditions for clarity for the record. So, because I had one suggestion of my own, just listening to the conversation. But number 6, which there was a discussion earlier about they can either be cremated anywhere or disposed of outside Caroline County. I think we clarified that in the discussion, but just so that this is independently clear, I would suggest that we just reverse that so that number 6 reads, the bodies of deceased animals shall be either disposed of outside of Caroline County or cremated. And that way we're not unclear about what outside Caroline County is modifying. So I would just flip those two to make it clear that they can be cremated anywhere, including inside the county. So that would be a clarifying amendment to number 6. Number 8 is going to be revised to say the Phase 2 educational center shall be fenced with a minimum height fence of 48 inches, and an evergreen screen from neighboring properties. And then number 10, I think Chair Long would now read, care and treatment of the wildlife shall comply with all DWR regulations. And then we can just add, no domestic animals shall be cared for or treated at the facility. And then we can add a number 17 that states that the board will conduct a 1-year review of compliance of this special exception permit. And I believe that's everything.
Would that 1 year start once they, from the time they get their permit or from the time they have their opening?
We traditionally do it from approval. If you want to make it 1 year from the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, you could do that too.
Because I'm not sure, in this condition, as you read it, Chris would, or Craig could answer, it may take some time to find a veterinarian.
I think you would want to
And they've got
review,
some work.
yes, I think you would want to review 1 year from commencement of operation because they may have building upgrades that they have to do and other, permitting with DWR. And so they might not even be operating within 1 year of special exception approval. So I think you would want to review 1 year from commencement of operation or certificate of occupancy.
I agree. If that's all right with the lawyer and board.
Yeah, but that's fine. That makes sense to me. I think for clarity and simplicity, I would just sue from issuance of certificate of occupancy, just so we don't have to figure out what commencement of operation when that happened.
All right, any other questions? Mr. Black? Nope.
I have none.
Anybody else? Nope. All right, do I have a motion? I'll motion that this special, hold on, I gotta get to my package, that the special exception 2024, is that what you, 08-24, be approved with conditions as stated and and additional conditions discussed this evening.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. I did. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So
I
moved.
vote nay because I'm not sure I can approve something. I don't know what it is. I vote nay.
No, Mr. Thomas votes nay. All right, the motion passes. Thank you all for being here and for your comments. Much appreciated. All right, staff, I hate to do this to you, but we gotta take a short break. Can we do 5 minutes, 10 minutes? 5 minutes. I guess people gotta stretch their legs and do other things. Let's call the meeting back into order. We are on number 9.
All right, good evening, Madam Chairman and members of the board. To recap, the topic of civil penalties was originally introduced to you all at your meeting on July 16th of last year. In response to your request for staff to evaluate the possible implementation of civil penalties for enforcement. After reviewing draft ordinance amendments at your November meeting of last year, the board indicated a consent to move forward with amending the county's ordinances to incorporate civil penalties. Staff is coming back before you this evening with 3 separate text amendments that would amend both the county code and the zoning ordinance. The first amendment you'll hear is to Chapter 77 of the county code, which contains the property maintenance regulations. And the following 2 amendments are involve various articles of the zoning ordinance. The proposed amendments to the county code require a public hearing only with the board. However, the amendments to the zoning ordinance also require a public hearing with the planning commission as well as the board. Since the November 14th meeting, staff has worked with the planning commission to initiate the zoning ordinance amendments, prepare the amendments, and conduct public hearings. Each of the zoning ordinance amendments have been forwarded to the board with a recommendation of approval. It was intended that once the zoning ordinance amendments had gone through the planning commission, that all amendments come to the board together as a comprehensive set of amendments that could be adopted. We have attempted to capture all of the board's concerns in this set of proposed amendments, including an escalating system of fines for violations that are not corrected, fines that address commercial and industrial property, and the ability to address issues in RP zoning that can affect public health, safety, and general welfare. Also note that the amendments have been prepared in coordination with the county attorney. And as I move forward, just want you to think about this in the frame of mind that we are utilizing all of the tools and the authority that is available to us in the Code of Virginia. So incorporation of these techniques into our ordinances, taking advantage of the full authority that we're allowed by the state of Virginia. So with that said, the first public hearing tonight is for proposed amendments to Chapter 77 of the County Code, which contains the regulations for property maintenance. That's things such as trash and garbage, inoperable vehicles, grass and weeds and other growth. The proposed amendments add provisions and fine amounts for civil penalties, in addition to the ability to place a lien, which the Property Maintenance Code currently contains that provision. You can go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so I just wanted to quickly highlight the fines that are proposed in the amendments to Chapter 77. So I prepared this table on the screen to help illustrate the fines that are outlined in the proposed amendment. And to be clear, the fine amounts that you see on the screen would be the same for both Article 3, which is trash, garbage, and other substances, and Article 4, which is grass, weeds, and other growth. And one other thing that I would like to point out, so these fine amounts, everything that you see on the screen corresponds to the amounts that are identified in the state code, with the exception of, if you look at the second line, it says subsequent violations not arising from the same set of facts. You'll see the first column, the Code of Virginia gives us the ability to fine $200. When we worked on this draft back in the fall, we had the thought of doubling the initial fine, and so that's why we're utilizing the amount of $100. So if the board wanted to change that amount to correspond to the state code, you certainly have that discretion. You can increase that amount to $200 if you'd like, because as you can see, all of the other amounts in the column correspond to the Code of Virginia. And let me just add before we go to the next slide that the proposed draft text is not on the screen, but it is in your packet, and it is the same exact text that you saw last fall. So there has not been any changes or amendments to what you saw back in November. And we can go to the next slide. So these are the fine amounts that would be in place for inoperable vehicles, which is in Article 5 of Chapter 77. This article is treated a little bit differently because the state allows us the ability to utilize the penalties for inoperable vehicles that can be used for zoning violations. So in the fine amounts in this article, because they are utilizing the fine amounts for zoning violations, you'll see that these correspond to the next amendment that's on the agenda to amend the Article 20 of the zoning ordinance. And next slide. So this is going to conclude the staff presentation for the amendment to Chapter 77. As I mentioned, the complete text is in your packet, and I can attempt to answer questions you might have at this time. This is the first public hearing on this particular amendment tonight. This did not have to go to the Planning Commission, so there's no recommendation from the Planning Commission on this amendment. I can try to answer your questions you might have.
Madam Chairman,
Anyone have any questions? Mr. Underwood?
Go back to Article 5, if you would. It says vehicles, inoperable. I didn't see anywhere where we listed number of vehicles. Is it?
It is, should be, the number of vehicles should be addressed in Article 5.
You shouldn't have any.
Is it in there? I didn't see it.
Let's see.
I didn't see it, but it should be. Is it in Article 5?
So there's language pertaining to operable vehicles in the property maintenance and in the zoning
Zoning, right.
amendments. So you would be correct in that in the zoning amendments, it's in Article 2. There's a definition that you'll see coming up in one of the other public hearings.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Black.
I just got a question on that. I'm not trying to nitpick here, but say, I know there's a house in my district, but say I've got, 4 or 5 vehicles on my property. What determines that and someone says they've been sitting there for a while, what determines if they're inoperable? Is it because they're not licensed and registered, or is it, what determines that?
It used to be no county sticker, but now I guess it's no registration.
You want to answer that first? And then I'll talk about it. I have an answer. Yeah, yes.
Is that the official answer? I mean, if it doesn't register, we're gonna assume it's inoperable?
I think they're still looking. Hold on, Mr. Black.
So we will have a definition in the zoning ordinance that defines inoperable vehicle, and that was going to be coming up in one of the following public hearings. But that definition speaks to not being in operating condition or has been partially or totally disassembled for a period of 30 days or longer. And then it says, or on which there are displayed neither valid license plates, a valid, I believe we removed that language, valid inspection decal.
So let me just get this correct. So if I have a vehicle that I decide not to get inspected or whatever, and the inspection runs, I'm just trying to do this for clarity purposes. The inspection runs out on it and it's been sitting there in my front yard for 5 months, we're gonna assume that's an inoperable vehicle.
Yeah, did you hear that? Could you repeat the question, Mr. Black?
So I guess my question is, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We're just jumping a
Okay,
couple
I
things.
guess my question is, let's say that I've got my inspection runs out this month and then I don't have it inspected. It's been sitting, the car sitting in my yard for, 30 days, 60 days, whatever. If it's considered, if it doesn't have the inspection, we're considering that to be inoperable.
That would be correct, according to the definition. If there are neither displayed valid license plates or valid inspection decal, that would be classified as an inoperable vehicle.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Underwood, on your question about numbers, that's in there already, but we did clarify a piece. So Article 5, Section 7710, it's unlawful to keep inoperable vehicles outside of a fully enclosed building and not shielded from view, period. So zero of those are allowed. The number of vehicles, then it goes on to say that if you keep a vehicle outside of a fully enclosed building, but shielded or screened from view, you can have one of those. And then it defines, yeah, 77-10. And there's a new definition in there just to clarify that shielded or screened from view means not visible by someone standing at ground level from outside of the property on which the subject vehicle is located. So just out in the front yard, none. One, like behind the house where you can't see it, one.
Okay. Mr. McKenzie, can we do one public hearing for all three of these? With 3 separate votes?
If you wanted to do it that way, you certainly could.
Please.
It's entirely up to you. Okay, is that okay with you?
It's faster that way.
Okay, so I would move to the next presentation for the text amendment TXT 06-2024. So this public hearing is for proposed amendments to Article 20 of the zoning ordinance, which contains the regulations for violations and penalties of the zoning ordinance. These proposed amendments would add the provisions and fine amounts for civil penalties, as well as revise the existing provisions and fines for criminal penalties. Next slide. So the Code of Virginia grants the authority to utilize both civil and criminal penalties for zoning violations. Currently, Article 20 of the zoning ordinance does not contain any provisions for civil penalties and permits only criminal enforcement of zoning violations. This table shows the fine amounts that we're proposing to utilize civil penalties in Article 20. And as you'll see, the proposed fine amounts correspond directly to those that are outlined in the Code of Virginia, so no difference there. Next slide. Similarly, the proposed amendment will also revise the existing provisions that we have in the ordinance for criminal penalties. This language is not on the screen, it is in the draft text, but currently the ordinance outlines that a maximum fine of $250 for criminal penalties. So that is being revised to propose the fine amounts that you see on the screen. And again, these correspond directly to the state code, no difference in those amounts. Next slide. So this proposed amendment did go before the Planning Commission. They held a public hearing on this text amendment at their meeting on April 24th, 2025, and they forwarded this amendment to the board with a recommendation of approval. This is going to conclude the presentation for this text amendment, and we can go to the next or the last presentation for text amendment TXT 02-2025. So this is the final public hearing this evening that is associated with all of these amendments related to enforcement ability in the county. So these proposed amendments would be to Articles 2, 15, and 17 of the zoning ordinance. These amendments are intended to regulate property maintenance and use issues throughout the county, as well as just conduct some necessary housekeeping amendments. Next slide. I don't have the proposed text on the screen, but the full proposed text is in the packet. Just have a summary of the changes that are taking place to each article on the screen. So as you'll see in Article 2, and this was mentioned earlier, but we are amending our existing definitions for inoperable vehicle, junkyard, and trash. And then we are adding a new definition for uncontrolled growth. You can go to the next slide. The amendments that are taking place to Article 15 involve amending provisions for parking and storage of inoperable vehicles in Section 5. And then we're adding two new sections, Section 5A and Section 5B, that would address violations in all of the county zoning districts, including the RP zoning district. Section 5A pertains to trash, garbage, and substances that can create a public health, safety, or fire hazard. And similarly, Section 5B pertains to uncontrolled growth that is detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of the public. And we can go to the next slide. And then lastly, in Article 17, these provisions aren't really related to the enforcement of civil penalties, but we discovered there's just some language that needed updated pertaining to the process for certificates of occupancy in Section 9. And then in Section 10, there was an outdated building code reference, so we had removed that. And then we can go to the last slide. So this amendment also has gone before the Planning Commission. They held a public hearing on this text amendment at their meeting on May the 22nd, 2025, and they have forwarded this amendment to the board with a recommendation of approval. And this is going to conclude the presentation for this amendment. And I can attempt to answer additional questions you might have.
Any questions for staff?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Black.
I have one more. I saw one in there where someone's got their grass growing really high. We can actually, or hire a third party to go in there and mow it, or we can do it ourselves and then build them. Is that not correct?
That's correct. I believe that's in the property maintenance provisions in Chapter
Right.
77.
Yeah. My question is, could someone say that's trespassing? I guess that would be a Mr. McKenzie question.
He's coming.
So the short answer, I think, is no, because we are following this piece of law that we are adopting by county ordinance. So I do not believe that, we have to be very careful with private property, and we would have to subscribe very closely to this. We have to make sure that we've given all the proper notices. But once we do that, no, I don't think that would constitute trespass, and it is a fairly common practice to allow situations like this to be remediated by the county, particularly when, in a lot of circumstances, the reason that the grass has gotten that high is that the home is unoccupied or the owner is unreachable. And so there's no way to get permission to come on the property in the first place. And it's a public health, safety, welfare issue that this grass needs to be shortened to prevent, disease and damage to the community.
And then I have one final question and I'll be done. And I don't know, it's like, let's say I'm a hobbyist who likes repairing cars. And I've got some that I bought that I'm fixing up. Does this ordinance say that I have to have them enclosed? Is that basically I can if they're not operable right now, I just have to have them enclosed or behind screening?
Ordinance for Chapter 77 property maintenance states that only one vehicle is allowed to be outside of a fully enclosed building or structure, and that it has to be shielded or screened from view.
Okay, thank you.
No bond the first time. Well, we didn't do the public hearing yet. Public hearing.
We'll open the public hearing on these changes. Does anyone would like to speak on? Sorry.
Chairman Long, did you want me to discuss the process any for enforcement?
Was that a question? No, apparently not. I think everybody got their answers. I'm sorry. I was looking at something else when we ended. So how would you all like to move forward on these? I think we can do them all at one time.
Madam Chair,
No, we have to do,
We have to do one at a time.
But I did have a question that I would like. Did you have a question? You'll make a motion.
I have a question also, so you go ahead.
All right, well,
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt. Did we get the public hearing opened and
No,
closed?
because they interrupted me because
Okay.
they still had questions.
all right.
I'm sorry.
I don't wanna
thought they
skip
were,
that
I
part.
thought they were over.
So
They
we're
were finished.
we're gonna do one public hearing on CO 02 2025, TXT 06 2024, and TXT 02 2025.
Right, we can do them all together,
Yes, ma'am.
correct? Any questions?
open the public hearing.
All right, we're gonna go ahead, Mr. Underwood.
My question is on the code, CO 2-2025. When we looked at the recommended fine by the state, it was 200 and we said 100.
Correct.
I'd like for it to be the same. Rather than have us charging 100, because that's the only one that's different from what you presented.
Correct.
Was that one number.
Correct.
So I would think we would want to follow the state code and charge 200 as well.
Well,
All the others are the same.
I was just the opposite. I was gonna wait, but I don't wanna charge anybody for the first offense. My lawnmower broke. I'm waiting for a part from whoever. The part doesn't come for 30 days. It's raining hard. I'm sorry, but I'll take care of it.
But that's the process. You said that's part of the process when you give notification first, correct?
But you're saying $100 is the first fine. When you give me notification, I gotta pay that $100 fine,
No,
right?
So after a violation is identified, there's going to be an opportunity for the code compliance officer to allow the individual to correct the violation. And if there's evidence that they're making an effort of doing that, we would not assess any penalties until it appears that the violation is not being corrected.
That's kind of interpretation.
well,
You're gonna come to my house and I'm gonna show you my lawnmowers in pieces. And you're gonna say, and I'm gonna say, I'm making an attempt, and you're gonna say you're not cutting your grass. Right? Right?
yeah, but from my understanding, Mr. Thomas, is we would give notice that there is a violation, and you say, well, my lawnmower is waiting on a part, and it's on a ship coming from China. And the code enforcer then will come back at a reasonable time to see if you've remedied that situation.
Correct.
If not, then I'm sure they would listen or issue a violation at that
Correct.
time.
Correct.
So it's not the first.
That is a real life situation. It didn't take me a month, but I actually put a transmission in my lawnmower.
Right.
I had to wait for it to come. Well, first I had to wait to pay for it. Then I had to wait for it to come. So if that's going to be enough for somebody to say, yeah, you're working on it.
And I do have another part. Is there appeal process for that? Is there if you write a violation for an issue, I disagree. Is there an appeal process that I can come to and sit down and say, hey, look, I know it's been 60 days, but this is the issue. And so I'm working on the remedy, and obviously the inspector or the person coming out didn't either hear me or believe me, but this is what has happened. This is what's occurred. Is there an appeal process for that?
So the best way for me to answer that is the civil penalty process allows for a process that's going to utilize general district court proceedings, which is similar to the example that we've used throughout this is getting a speeding ticket. So once you receive that summons, you would have if you wanted to supposedly contest being cited for a violation, you would have the opportunity to appear in general district court.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, any other questions, gentlemen? All right, would someone like to make a motion? Are we gonna do can we do all these? And one, we're gonna do all these with the
No, one at a
public
time.
hearing, and then we're gonna do all the motion one? Public hearing, and then
public
can we
hearing.
do all the motions after the public hearing together also? They have to be separate. Okay, thank you. All right, at this time, I'd like to open public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on number 9, 10, or 11, which is code 02225 or text 02224 or text 02225, please come forward at this time. Is there anyone that would like to speak? Is there anyone who would like to speak? Thank you. This public hearing is closed. That was an easy one. All right, gentlemen, I need separate motions.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we adopt code 02-2025.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a second by Ms. Oh, we're getting punchy. Come on, guys.
And that was with the change to the fine amount, correct?
Yes, sir, with the recommended change of $200.
And a second by Mr. Thomas. All in favor, then I can move to the next one and we do, nope, separate. Okay, all right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So moved. Yes, Mr. Underwood.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve text amendment 06-2024.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? So moved. Yes, Mr. Underwood.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve text amendment 02-2025.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So moved. All three pass. Thank you, Mr. Underwood. New business. Who's taking new business? You got this one?
12.
Yes, we're on 12.
12 is the discussion of the draft memorandum of understanding with the Caroline County Public Schools to establish a framework of construction. Actually, the MOU that I put together and gave to Mr. McKenzie to forward to the board is really just a restatement of as Mr. McKenzie said, it was just a restatement of the law. So it was just designed to give us a framework, anticipating the school board would approve our addition. And since they have, I believe we need to make sure lawyer to lawyer that the school board lawyers have reviewed it and everybody's okay, and add whatever details. Mr. McKenzie, you will tell me again in front of the world that it is just a restatement of the law?
Yes, sir. Yes. I mean, the idea being with this, which, again, I received from Mr. Thomas and I looked through and had a couple small tweaks, but otherwise, I thought it was well done. And it's an outlining, just a high level next step beyond, if you recall at your last meeting, you approved construction at Bowling Green Elementary. So that's a sentence or two. This next step is a few more sentences. So we're saying this is what we're planning to do. These are a non-exclusive list of the controlling pieces of law, the Virginia Constitution, the Virginia Code, and then a kind of high-level summary of the order of operations. In accordance with those laws, the board will construct, procure the services, construct, and then when it's done, hand over operation control to the schools. And then it's got some what we call kind of boilerplate provisions about what to do if we have a disagreement, things like that. And that's it. And I think as the MOU contemplates that as the process moves forward, we get increasing levels of specificity. So we've got procurement to do, then we'll have construction contracts to review, and each one of those will get more complicated and detailed in turn.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Black.
I like this. The only thing there was, and I don't know why it was left out, but this says Bowling Green Elementary, and that's one of the three things we discussed. I'm all in favor of everything that's in this, but I think that it needs to include Madison and the new elementary school wherever it's built. We're not committing to where the elementary school is built, but I think an MOU, why wouldn't we do the same thing for all three? And it was my understanding at the last meeting that we made an agreement that we were going to expand Bowling Green, we were going to expand Madison, and we were going to build a new elementary school to be determined. So why wouldn't, where to be determined? So why wouldn't we have all three of those in this boilerplate?
Madison is
MOU.
actually item number 2, add that to the RFP. And
Madison is in there, but my question, Mr. Forehand, to your point, is it states what we intend to do at Bowling Green, but this is for the RFP for Madison, but do we need to state the gym, classroom additions, cafeteria, even though we don't know details?
Right, it's just it's really just the MOU, and the school board gave approval authorization to do Bowling Green. So we're just trying to do Bowling Green, but as Mr. McKenzie said, it's a boilerplate for any other projects we do.
Well, no,
So there should be-
I think
so
we
there's-
need to do Madison was discussed at that meeting also.
So, sorry,
And
go
we
ahead.
also discussed a new elementary school.
Yeah, same boilerplate. Either one is
So-
fine with me. Same boilerplate. That's all I'm saying is we're doing what we have. Well, we have authority to do all of those, but we're
Right,
just
so
doing
the
Bowling
RFP,
Green.
the RFP is to get the bid on Madison. It's just not, this is just a general outline. It's not anything but.
I'm just saying do this one as it is.
But, Madam Chair, the issue, we don't have funding for a new school. Our understanding is that when we get funding, that a new school is included. We know that right now that the funding is there. Now, we want to say we have an understanding that once we have the funding and there's a need for a new school, then we will build that. We will, you'll start that process. But this is to start the construction, from my understanding, of
At Bowling Green.
the classrooms
At Bowling Green.
Bowling Green right now.
Madam Chair, that was not what we agreed to at the last meeting. We agreed
That's
to at the
what-
last meeting that the funding, we have to start planning. There's going to be a new elementary school needed. And we know that it's not going to come in 2 years, 1 year. And we need to start working on it now so that in 5 or 6 years, when it comes about, it needs to come out. There was a 3-part of that. And we can go back and look at the motion. But that was part of my thing, that we were going to guarantee that we were going to get a new school somewhere. So we can't go back and now say we don't have the money. All right. The reality behind it is we agreed to that at the last meeting. So what I'm asking for, we all agree we're not gonna go back on this, because that was what the schools were fearing, is that we were gonna go back on this was gonna be in lieu of building a new school. We told them we're not gonna expand Bowling Green and Madison in lieu of building a new school. We understand we had to do that. So what I'm asking for is the same MOU that we want for Bowling Green is put in place for Madison and the new elementary school. I think that we made the agreement at the last meeting. If the new elementary school does not come online in 6 years, 8 years, so be it. But at least we have an MOU that we're in charge of the building. So it shows good faith that we do intend with MOUs to be in charge of the building of the new schools.
All right, Mr. Black, so one thing I'm confused about is, you keep saying Bowling Green, but you don't say anything about Madison, but yet that was discussed also.
Well,
So
Madison,
I think
I said all three. It's
Okay.
Bowling Green, Madison. I want it to include all three. Bowling Green, which is in there, but I want the MOU to include Madison and a new elementary school.
Right. My only concern, and I guess one concern I have is if, if financially putting this out, that we're looking right now at all three, what that, if financially somebody looks at it, we know we're gonna have to build new schools as we grow. We've got too many lots out there, that type of thing. That's gonna have to happen. The most important thing to me right now is the funding to get the space so that we can get working on the two elementary schools now, make sure those funds are committed so that we can not have to do trailers again in 2 years. And I think
Ms.
it's
Long.
gonna be a bit longer before we are gonna be ready as far as taxes coming in for the new projects that have been approved, before we could actually start building another school, wherever it's needed, be it middle school, elementary school, or high school.
We agreed at the last meeting, and we can go back and look at it. We agreed at the last meeting to build a new elementary school, did we not?
No.
We agreed in a motion that we would build a new
We
elementary
did
school.
not. There was no motion to build a new school at the last meeting. Go back in your minutes. There was not a motion.
I think there was a statement that in the future that we were going to need a new school, but we were concentrating, Mr. Black, I feel like we were concentrating on what needs to be done for the next couple of years until we get caught up. And I think we can come back at that time. Let's see how we like working with these people, whoever we decide to hire for these designs, before we start asking them to do 3 projects instead of 2.
Mr. Black, I think you're right in your thinking that this is what long-term we want to do all 3 projects. What we said we would do immediately was to address the overcrowding, knowing that we were going to have to build a new school, be it a new high school and change it, but we knew we were going to have to build a new school. So that was the discussion, but the immediate issue was so I'll go back and just reiterate that it was to take care of those 2 buildings first. And we talked about the memorandum, or have an understanding that the school board would allow us to begin construction on Bowling Green. And that was the back and forth.
And put
Mr.
get an
Forehand, maybe I have
RFP for
amnesia.
Madison.
Miss Long,
Yes,
maybe I have
Mr. Black.
amnesia, but did we not discuss a new elementary school being built down the road?
Down the road, yes.
And we all agreed, and I think that's a point, and we need to make sure everybody understands that. We all agreed that we would build a new school. We said that, and I volunteered to be on a strategic planning group with the schools if they wanted to figure out, and to go back again and talk about all the different options, whatever that is. I am committed to saying, yes, we're going to build a new school. Just the numbers say we have to build a new school. We're going to do that. All I'm saying is, can we just have this memorandum of understanding be accepted by the board as it is, which really is nothing, according to our lawyer, but a restatement of the current law. Have the school's attorney review it, and we start working on Bowling Green so we can get that fixed as soon as possible, and hopefully prove ourselves to the citizens and the schools and the board of supervisors that we can do a project that's done quickly, on time, under budget, or on budget, and then move to the next one.
Well,
So what is I guess my question is, if we're in agreement that there's gonna be a new school built, what you just said, so why would it be a problem because we all agree that you agree with the memorandum of understanding or with Bowling Green. So what is the problem with saying in Madison and a new school? Because we're not locking ourselves into when it is.
There is no problem in doing that. The problem is just procedural, because we have this in front of us right now. Let's do this, and we could come back at the next meeting, the meeting after that, and say, after we get some more data or more discussion with schools, to say, this is what we're gonna do for the next school or Madison or the new school. Let's not confuse the apple we have or the bird in our hand with some other things that are gonna come. This MOU will be the template for all the other MOUs.
But we are gonna go ahead with the RFP for Madison.
Of course.
That's it. Yeah, Madison's already in the RFP. You voted on that last time.
And
And
to find the same
So why is it in
folks
here
that
again?
could do design of a new school.
so
Or
and
their design of a new school. Either way.
and just to clarify a little bit, I mean, it's a restatement of the law, literally excerpts from the law. And
It
then
doesn't we don't even need this MOU because that's the law, as you said.
that's what I wanted to clarify a little bit. It restates the law, and then it says the purpose of this is to establish a framework for the funding and construction of 4 to 6 classrooms and a gym, the facilities at Bowling Green Elementary. And then it lays out that under that framework, the funding and construction and coordination will come from the county, and the operation will come from the schools, and they'll cooperate with that. And so there's no fixed timeline. There's no detailed analysis of how much that funding is needed, but it is a commitment to move forward with the project on these very, very general terms. So, I think it's more than just quotations of the law, but it's very, very high level.
And it's a confirmation of moving forward, like
Correct.
you say.
Right. And so if to Mr. Black's point, if we want something similar for Madison and the new school, we could either amend this, or we could do independent ones, which might be a little bit cleaner insofar as if there's an issue with the Bowling Green project, it doesn't impact the MOU for Madison and the new school. That each one is kind of in its own lane. But you would want to make sure that you're comfortable committing to, in very general terms, funding and moving forward with each one of those projects. And the only one I did go back and watch the video. The only vote at the last meeting was to approve the addition of 4 to 6 classrooms at Bowling Green Elementary, if approved by the school board last night, which did happen. So I do think you would, either before or after you get that RFP back on the design services for all of them, want to also have votes to move forward with each of those other projects, and then prepare similar MOUs for each of those other projects. Or we can prepare the MOU and do it all together.
So we're gonna do 1 and 2 and 3. We're gonna approve this and then come back and after we get the RFP, come back.
Right. So, Madam Chair, I'm going to make a motion that we approve the memorandum of understanding being forwarded to the school board, and the school board's attorney and our attorney will refine whatever questions. I don't imagine there will be many, since it's basically a restatement of the law, and that they'll come back and tell us what the differences are, and we can go from there.
So to clarify, that's a direction to me and staff to take this to the school boards, run it by them, make sure that both sides agree on it, and then bring it back to you for a vote. Is that correct, or are you voting to approve it tonight?
I could vote to approve it tonight, and then say we've approved it.
Take it to the other side,
and then you take it to them. So that's my motion.
But just I'm sorry to keep interrupting, but
That's fine.
In that scenario, if they do have proposed changes, then we'd have to come back and have you vote on their proposed changes. Okay.
I'll second. Thank you. But the intention is to get started as soon as possible so we can help them with the relief they said they needed at Bowling Green.
Okay.
All right, I have a motion and a second.
Discussion?
Discussion?
Yeah, I'm gonna vote no on this, and the reason why I'm voting no is because we don't have a guarantee about any new school. And even though we're saying verbally we do, we don't have it in the motion. So I have very little faith that it will happen as of now. So I'm going to vote no because it was my understanding that it would not be in lieu of a new school. And I'm feeling that that is kind of slipping away from us. So I'm voting no because that's not in the motion.
That's not slipping away from us at all.
Thank you, Mr. Black.
Call for the vote, Madam Chair.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
All right. That takes us to 13.
Is that Mr. Cully?
Madam Chair, members of the board.
At least I don't have to say good morning, Mr. Cully, not
At
if
least
we
not,
hurry.
not yet, yeah. Any questions regarding the adoption of the budget? We prepared that in case you weren't going to have another special meeting to talk about that, but.
You adjusted the school categories based on the
Their
final number?
Right, on
we
their.
gave them?
Right, so I gave them, so remember we cut about 1,600,000 out of their request. So then all I have is a total, and the categories are still originally their numbers, and they have to go in, so the resolution, their numbers, I've been on vacation, but I'm pretty sure that's what we got back from.
That's what Mr. Parton told me yesterday.
So, yeah, I sent a spreadsheet to Marcia Stevens at the schools with, please fill in once y'all have your numbers. So those categories are their numbers, which is what we do every year. I mean, we give them a total and then they come back with what they want for per category.
Okay.
Are there any questions on this?
I make a motion we adopt the fiscal 25-26 county budget and resolution of appropriation.
Do I have a second?
Second. Funds.
I have a motion and a second.
Madam Chair, can we have just one discussion real quick?
Yes.
My only concern with this is Major Mosier, or Sheriff Mosier, I said, gave us a annual report in which he talked about his call volume. Calls dispatched has gone up since 2021 from 22,000 to 41,000, and that's just for the sheriff's office. We've added a bunch of firefighters. We haven't added police. He did ask for 3. In the budget presentation, when we were tax presentation, Mr. Cully, I asked you about 3 deputies, and you said you'd be able to cover that with the tax increase that we said, but then it was not in the budget. So I guess I'm a little baffled by, that was the only thing that I was kind of disappointed in, is they're being stretched thin. And I know Mr. Underwood had talked about it before, about the call volume going up. I mean, if you look at Sheriff Mosier's annual report, almost all the numbers, DUI arrests, I mean, a lot of them have doubled. And we haven't done anything to make the county safer in this budget as far as that is concerned. So I would hope that we could find the money to add the 3 deputies that Sheriff Mosier was asking for.
3 deputies just payroll $273,301. And then when you add in, if you need 3 vehicles, uniforms, all the other accessory costs per deputy, you're 400,000. I mean, it's more money than you think. And that initial budget presentation, then I adjusted school numbers after that as well. So there were things that didn't leave me any spare money to fund 3 deputies. And when I met with the sheriff and we met with department heads and I met with the sheriff, his number one priority was the sergeant for courts. And he understood when I told him then that I didn't know whether I'd be able to fund the deputies this year, that I would certainly try next year. I understand the call volume, I understand his need, but that becomes a I still say, as I said earlier, and Courtney has told you, I think it's critical we have a balanced budget this year and don't take any money out of the fund balance. And so there's just nowhere to grab this amount of revenue. I mean, go back and push revenues up to imaginary numbers, but you're going to be ultimately short, which is not necessarily a good strategy either.
No, you've worked hard to get us in a good financial setting. We don't want to lose it.
Yeah, clearly you don't want to lose your bond rating. I mean, that'll cost you so much more in the long run.
And Madam Chairman, as Mr. Cully, if it's okay, I'll speak this, Madam Chair. I agree with Mr. Cully that we're not borrowing money out of the unencumbered balance for the first time. So we're operating on the revenue that we have. But we're going to spend money out of the general fund for the projects for the school.
And in the budget for some one-time capital.
One-time capital improvement. So that won't hurt us in terms of the budget. And it also is what our really general fund is for, that one-time expense. And this is a major expense. So it gets us to where we want to without creating any additional burden to the taxpayer. So I think we're on the right track. And with the assessments the way they were, by mid-year, we'll see exactly what that impact is. And it's going to be, then we maybe talk about it mid-year and say, hey, I think we're going to be in good shape financially. Then we can start talking about it either for mid-year or for the middle of the year. But right now, I think we've done some excellent financial planning. And I hate to see us come off the rail now that we're where we need to be fiscally.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second? Oh, Mr. Thomas, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? So moved. All right.
Madam Chairman,
Yes, Mr.
I'd like to
Underwood.
make a motion that we adopt the fiscal year 26 through 30 capital improvement program.
Do I have a second? I have a second. All in favor, say aye. All opposed? So moved. Adoption of resolution appropriating funds for the fiscal year of 25-26, the school budget.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr.
I'd
Underwood.
make a motion that we adopt a resolution appropriating funds for the fiscal year 2025-26 for the school budget.
Do I have a second? I have a second from Mr. Forehand. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Mrs. Black, did I hear you?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. Supplemental appropriation of fiscal year 24-25 budget.
Madam Chair. Oh,
Yep.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr.
I was going to make the motion and make sure the board was aware that it was 8,600,
Right.
not 8,600. There was a
Right.
typo. There was a typo. Mr. Parton corrected the typo, so we appreciate it. 86. You don't have to apologize. We're good.
It was a very long day.
I understand. We're good.
All right. So
I wish you put an extra zero in my paycheck though. All right, that's the motion. Mr. Underwood made the second.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right. 16A. Mr. Forehand.
That, now that, the MOU is agreed upon, there's no way that this is getting built before August. And to get these installed correctly and appropriately in the way that is a service to our students, I think we need to supplement the money that was there to get these installed, hooked up.
So the school that wasn't included in the
No,
price?
there was a little over $1 million and then an additional $365,000, if I remember correctly, to get them installed. There was the purchase that wasn't completely covered by what we allocated. And there was a separate number for the installation that
385.
that has not been addressed at this point. No, it's not. And perhaps it's something we bring back for the next meeting so we have numbers.
Yeah.
But there is a hole.
But we were giving, I think it was 839 from the
They have the new budget.
reversion fund from last year. I think it was eight something. What was it? Was it 954? 994.
994 is what we remember.
What is it?
994.
So we gave them the 994. So let's say they need $1.4 million, right? Let's say they need $1.4 million. We gave them, this is 24 that we gave them. I'm sure they're gonna have money left at the end of this year. So we'll just tell them, we're gonna okay them to use the money from the end of this year.
As long as it can be spent in the month of July. Sure, but we're not gonna have any idea what that number is.
But they'll have it in their bank.
We're gonna need them installed by August. By August 12th, 13th, that's when school starts.
So,
I mean, I don't think it's something we have to do right now, but we have to.
Are we renting the trails or we're buying the trails? My understanding we're renting.
Well, perhaps we need to postpone this discussion until we know if they're renting and what exactly the gap in funding is.
Then I'll make a motion to postpone this discussion until the next meeting.
I don't think we need to make a motion, do we? No, just something that we get, yeah, to discuss.
But good thoughts, Mr. Forehand. So we'll get more information and bring that back in our next meeting. All right, that takes us to the 17 capital project update and calendar.
Real quick, your capital project update is in the packet. As was pointed out, Saturday, the 14th, will be the June 14th celebration at the main rec park. We have a VACO Region 7 meeting in King George at 1 on Monday. Mrs. Long and I are signed up as maybe Mr. Black. I'm not sure.
Yes, I'll be there.
Yep, good. Juneteenth, offices are closed. That's actually on the 19th. And as was mentioned earlier, the county agricultural fair is starting Wednesday through Saturday, the 18th through the 21st. Our offices will be closed, obviously, on Friday, July the 4th. And we have a board meeting scheduled on July the 8th. And that's about it for the July.
Oh, very good. Thank you very much. Do I have, if there's nothing else, do we have any closing board comments? Oh, all right, Mr.
Well,
Black.
we just have the agriculture fair next week,
Yeah, I
starting
mentioned
Wednesday
that.
to
Yeah,
Saturday.
we
So
said
just
that
making
one.
sure. Yep.
Yep, we got that. And the Juneteenth on the 14th. And happy Father's Day, everybody. That qualifies. All right, do I have a motion to adjourn if there's nothing else?
Actually, we have closed session.
Closed session. Oh, closed session.
All right, I move that this board convene in closed meeting pursuant to the consultation with legal counsel exemption of section 2.2-3711A8 of the Code of Virginia for consultation with the county attorney and discussion with staff regarding certain provisions of the county's zoning ordinance and building code. Also, with legal counsel and contract exemptions of section 2.2-3711A.8 and A.29 of the Code of Virginia for consultation with the county attorney and discussion with staff regarding the terms of a performance and incentive agreement relating to development of the Mattapi district in the Mattapi district, and where such discussion in open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the county. And the investment of public funds exemption of section 2.2-3711A6 of the Code of Virginia for discussion of the investment of public funds where discussion in open session could adversely affect the financial interests of the board. Can I get a second and a vote, please?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, we are in closed session.
buy it as part of the project cost. But this is
But why? To do the expansion?
for the interchange, yes.
Wait, yeah, but VDOT's just gonna have to condemn it.
But I thought they were fine.
All right, I move that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors certify to the best of each board member's knowledge that, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirement by Virginia law were discussed in closed meeting to which this certification applies, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed session were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Can I get a second and a vote, please?
Second. Mr. Thomas? You're supposed to-
Second.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah. Mr. Forehand?
I so certify.
I so certify.
I so certify.
Does Mr. Black have to certify?
I so certify.
Thank you, Mr. Black.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you all very much. Drive home carefully. Chris, please be careful. You got a long drive.